guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in San Francisco, I'm Ira Spitzer. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand American politician, has withdrawn his name to become Donald Trump's Attorney General, stating that his confirmation was becoming a distraction. The president-elect had picked the former congressman to lead his Justice Department, but the nomination was shrouded with controversy, as FSN's Benji Heyer reports from Washington.
Matt Gaetz, a staunch ally of Donald Trump, has spent days batting away allegations of sexual misconduct, illicit drug use and misuse of campaign funds, all of which formed the foundation of a congressional investigation into his conduct. Lawmakers have faced huge pressure to make those findings public, requesting the FBI also release information from its separate investigation into claims of sex trafficking of minors, crimes that Gaetz denies committing. It's become clear, though, at least to the ex-Florida representative, that his nomination simply doesn't have sufficient support on Capitol Hill. It's a big blow for the former president, who'd hoped that Gaetz would oversee the U.S. justice system and shut down the remaining criminal cases against Trump.
U.S. actor Jussie Smollett's conviction for staging an attack on himself in Chicago in 2019 has been overturned. The Illinois Supreme Court ruled that a special prosecutor should not have been allowed to intervene after charges were initially dropped against the Empire TV star. FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
Jussie Smollett, who is black and gay, said that two men assaulted him 5 years ago, but testimony later came out saying that the actor paid two men he knew to carry out the attack, even though he'd said he was the victim of a hate crime. In 2022, he was ordered to pay a $130,000 fine and serve 150 days in jail for filing a false police report, but only had to serve 6 days before getting out on appeal. Now, the state of Illinois Supreme Court has ruled his constitutional rights were violated as a special prosecutor was appointed to intervene in the case, even though the state attorney had dropped charges in exchange for a $10,000 bond payment and community service.
Parts of the U.S. are facing heavy rainfall and flooding in the wake of a historically strong bomb cyclone. Areas of northwest California are at risk of life-threatening flooding, while parts of Washington state were left without power following strong storms. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
Earlier this week, a bomb cyclone killed at least 2 people in Washington state. Police say trees fell on them in 2 separate incidents. Others have also been injured. Destructive winds have slammed the Pacific Northwest and Canada's British Columbia. The severe weather closed down schools and left hundreds of thousands of homes without power.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. The decision earlier this week by US President Joe Biden to permit Ukraine to use US-supplied weapons to their full capacity sets the stage for the conflict to widen. US long-range missiles can reach a couple of 100 miles into Russian territory, and Ukraine has certainly indicated that their military effort to repulse the Kremlin's invasion will be helped by Washington's decision. But any escalation in the conflict runs the risk of a growing number of civilian casualties. Patrick Thompson is with Amnesty International, which this week published a report saying that Russian war crimes are targeting particularly Ukrainian children.
With regard to these weapons, these sort of long-range missiles, regardless of who uses them or where they're used, it's essential that they're used in a way which conforms with international law, with international humanitarian law. We call on each party to the conflict to respect international law, but what we've seen time and time again is Russia sort of flagrantly violating these laws, these principles, and doing so with almost total impunity. The conflict, unfortunately, does fall down the news agenda. What hasn't changed is what's happening on the ground. These sort of attacks against civilians, against civilian infrastructures have been going on throughout the conflict.
Amnesty says there were at least 17 Russian attacks this year alone that caused child casualties, and it accuses Moscow of deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand American politician, has withdrawn his name to become Donald Trump's Attorney General, stating that his confirmation was becoming a distraction. U.S. actor Jussie Smollett's conviction for staging an attack on himself in Chicago is overturned. And parts of the U.S. are facing heavy rainfall and flooding in the wake of a historically strong bomb cyclone. That is the latest feature story news. Ira Spitzer reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All right, I believe that is my cue. Let's get the party started. All right, we close out a Thursday as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we are rolling into Friday. Yes, indeed, TGIF. Here come the weekend. a weekend where many will be making preparations for the holidays. Thanksgiving, less than a week away. Technically, we're 1 week from Black Friday. How about that? Are you ready? Are you ready or not? Here we go. How about that first, I don't know, a little more than a dusting of snow? I'd venture we picked up an inch, maybe two. It's that really wet, heavy stuff, so it really compacts pretty quick, and it's melting away rather quickly as well, at least at the moment. We are supposed to see temperatures dropping a bit through the overnight hours, but thus we have winter weather advisories stretching from southeast Indiana, southwest Ohio, much of eastern Kentucky, about the eastern third of Kentucky, right on down into the Great Smoky Mountain region. Higher elevations will be picking up some accumulating snow. Now, when you get over into the higher elevations of eastern West Virginia, southwestern Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania, south central New York, winter storm warnings in place there. Yeah, we were discussing last evening what they call an elevation snowstorm. Depending on your elevation, 500 feet makes a big difference in just a little bit of snow versus close to a foot of snow. We'll break down more on that, but let's start out west, where we have now had our second powerful storm in 3 days' time. Hundreds of thousands without power across the Pacific Northwest and Northern California. Earlier this week, the first storm packed inches of rain, feet of snow, and damaging winds had already clobbered areas from Oregon to Northern California and Washington, as the second atmospheric river in what they refer to as bomb cyclone took aim. 2 deaths reported in Seattle, Washington, after trees fell on individuals in separate incidents. One woman killed Tuesday while showering at home, another killed in a homeless encampment. The next storm, which is kind of underway Thursday into Friday, not quite as intense as Tuesday's powerhouse, but it's going to be more of a glancing blow just from south to north off the coasts of Northern California, Oregon, and Washington. But it will be close enough to bring some strong winds, rain, and, of course, some higher elevation snowfall for that region of the country. Wind gusts as high as 85 miles per hour in Oregon. 101 mile per hour wind reported off the coast of Vancouver Island. Yeah, central pressure of this storm dropped to 942 millibars. This was the storm earlier in the week, likely, they say, the strongest storm ever measured off the coast of Washington state. More than a foot of rain had come down in Northern California. Gauges in Venado and Austin Creek, both west of Sacramento, reporting 12.29 inches of rainfall, respectively, by Thursday morning. Fire officials in the Puget Sound in the northwest coast of Washington said 2 were injured when a tree fell on a trailer. Both victims had been inside the trailer. One was quickly rescued, according to fire officials. The other took about an hour to extricate. Stay safe by avoiding exterior rooms and windows, and use caution when driving. All right, branches coming down, 300,000 customers without power in Washington state alone, 11,000 in California, according to poweroutage.us. Now, back from the West Coast to the East Coast. Heaviest snows at this hour. We see some enhanced snow falling there in northeastern and north central Pennsylvania, south central and southeastern New York. At the moment, it is plain old rain. Now, we've seen some heavier rains from New York City to Bridgeport, Connecticut, on up to Poughkeepsie and Albany, New York. Yeah, not far to the west, you see that transition into snowfall. You've seen the transition some snow, lighter snow at this point in time in Scranton, PA. You've got some of the enhanced snowfall, big flakes coming down up into the Binghamton, New York area. Now we head back a bit further to the west. So the wraparound with this storm system bringing some lake effect snow to the Cleveland area tonight. Cleveland down to just north of Canton. We had our burst of snow that pushed through several hours ago. We still have some flakes falling here in southwest Ohio. It's not going to amount to much. Some heavier snow, enhanced snow, especially over eastern portions of Kentucky tonight. Some flakes falling there in Charleston, West Virginia. Not much happening down in eastern Tennessee or western North Carolina just yet. But as the colder air sweeps across the northeast, the storm tracking over the region is going to stall in the coming days. A highly elevation-dependent storm with accumulations varying significantly over a very small area continues to unfold from the mountains of North Carolina to northern New England. Now, over the ridges of West Virginia, western Maryland, and southwestern Pennsylvania mountains, 6 to 12 inches of snow is in the forecast. Similarly, the Poconos and the Endless Mountains in northeastern Pennsylvania. The Catskills in southwestern New York likely to pick up similar 6 to 12 inches. In both areas, AccuWeather said snowfall from this storm could approach, in, again, the highest elevations, a whopping 24 inches. Several inches will fall on the Adirondack, Green, and White Mountains. Some snow will accumulate in the valleys within the Appalachians as well, mainly on the non-paved surfaces. Just be wary of a slippery spot, especially on those elevated surfaces. It's not going to bring a drenching rain or heavy snow everywhere, nor will it bring an actual end to the drought conditions. But the drought, as they say, too extensive and too significant to be resolved by one storm. We did see some heavier rain pushing through 24 hours ago. And, of course, with the snow, the leaves are getting a good soaking. This should really wind down the wildfire threat. While a touch of snow may fall as far to the south as some of the higher elevations in the southern Appalachians, areas that were hammered by Helene in late September, the main impacts there is going to be the colder and windy conditions at times. I think there are still some that are without heating capabilities with this cold air coming in. Gusty winds will enhance that flow of cold air. And some of the lowest wind chills so far this season dropping way into the southern tier of the country. Wind chills into the 30s and 20s, even some teens here from Friday on into Sunday morning. A lot of folks waking up on Saturday. It may feel like a January day rather than late November, as the showers of rain and snow persist over the interior. Could still see some additional accumulations over the higher elevations and the eastern shores of Lakes Erie, Ontario, from Pennsylvania and New York on up into New England. What a difference a day can make. Of course, then we look ahead, a big travel week coming up. A new storm packing the potential for accumulating snow again is set to take shape across the eastern half of the nation right as we head into Thanksgiving and Black Friday. This could result in widespread disruptions for travel and holiday festivities. According to AccuWeather, at this point, there are two scenarios that could play out as the holiday week progresses, one of which could produce accumulating snow across portions of the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. Another would be a more southerly track for the storm. We'll break down both of those scenarios for those that are trying to make travel plans for the week ahead. But first, we got to get into the weekend, and, of course, a big weekend of college football coming up. Here in short order, we shall hear from the prognosticator of prognosticators. Get our pick six for the upcoming weekend. The big game, of course, the most anticipated matchup, Ohio State versus Indiana. A couple of top 5 teams going head-to-head at the high noon hour Saturday, kicking things off for a big Saturday of football. Thursday night football in the NFL in the books. What's that old scenario? Any given Sunday? Well, in this case, any given Thursday. Yeah, I definitely considered an upset. The Cleveland Browns, who had only won 2 games thus far on the season, downing the Pittsburgh Steelers, who had only lost 2 games thus far this season. Surprise, surprise. Browns are now 3-8, I believe it is, on the season. Steelers at 8-3. So welcome back, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, here we go. Let me see who we got checking in out of the box. We roll into the weekend. Hello, Philly Dan, TGIF. You got it. Have a great weekend. There's Marianne. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew. Everybody have a wonderful weekend. Brain Dead. Happy, finally, Friday. As we hope to have a good weekend. Right now, 44 degrees, headed to a balmy 34 under clear skies at the West Memphis International Airport, hair care, nail salon, and Chinese buffet. Well, time to get ready to head into the warehouse. It's a 4-stop frozen run to Paris, Tennessee, then off to beautiful Paducah, Kentucky for the other 3 stores. this Friday morning. Also had my wallet lightened a little bit by the state, as I had to get the tags for the dinghy's one car, $1,200. So I might as well get my butt in gear, and I don't mean reverse. Oh, and before I forget, ask that dingbat person, what does Pizza Hut and the Florida Gators have in common? Oh, they were both good in the 90s. All right, good afternoon, Hammer Down. Hello, Larry. Be safe, 39 in Socrates, New York. Round number 3 to Schenectady. Finally got the truck back today. Fuel pump. Needed a new fuel pump. All right, we're a little bit wet tonight. A little rain, snow mix off and on here. All right, Jacob, good morning from Kingsport, Tennessee. 33 degrees. Hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, whatever day it is. Just 6 days till Thanksgiving. How about 118 till spring? Again, at the home 20 tonight, trying to get rid of this crud. So it really isn't hump day for me this week. I did break down and get to the doctor this past day. Got some meds to hopefully break this stuff up. Maybe I'll be back out tomorrow night. Just got enough of the white stuff to make my dogs really appreciate the warm house after they finish their business. Roads are still wet for now. 31 degrees outside, cloudy. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get to it there. All right. Hope you feel better, Eskimo Mom. I know. I just finished my last dose of antibiotic about 24 hours ago after the crud I had last week. Hello to Kevin, Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. A little snow here in Troy, Ohio. Everybody drive safe out there. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy, the midnight hour and TGIF. That means somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, hidden in the hotshot secret bunker, Steve again throws the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on, so stay Bill your lane. Over the overnight drive will run you over 35 degrees in the far south of southwest Ohio. Snow flurries in the air, covering the grass. Wind was kicking a little bit earlier. Could it be that Old Man Winter is right around the corner? Knocking on the door. All right, so Trump's Attorney General pick, Matt Gaetz, out the door. Trump's attorney, Pam Bondi, now the new Attorney General pick. Things that make you go, Was this all done by design, you might ask? Are the Democrats now going to accuse her of sexual misconduct of some sort? How are they going to respond to this? Of course, all women must be believed, right? 844-844-3388, the digits to give us your thoughts on this new development. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. You won't get banned from the overnight rhyme just for having an opinion. All right, snuggle up to whoever, whatever, heat up that cup of joe, throw another log on the fire. It's time to get the party started. Hammer down, stay safe, stock up on food and water. Thank you, Poppy. He always gets that message in there. Hello to Cookie this morning. I'm cozy at home, but thinking of all you out there on the roads, dealing with the rainy, snowy stuff out there. Godspeed to you. All right. Dennis chimes in. The Gaetz fiasco was to keep the pedophile from bending over after he dropped the soap. He begged Trump, no doubt. He was looking for a way out. There's more than one way of looking at it. I mean, things that crossed your mind. Was this done as a way to kind of end the inquiry in the House because he immediately resigned his House seat, which has kind of to date blocked the release of any of that information? Undoubtedly, I'd say now that he's withdrawn from that nomination, it will not be released. What his future holds, I have no idea. I don't believe he could go back and pick up that House seat. If he were to try to do that, that would just kind of reopen everything. A lot of uncertainties, but Trump in his announcement this past day said Matt Gaetz has a bright future ahead. But again, things that make you go, All right, Big Ed, who's on the line. We'll talk some college football coming up here. And, of course, lines available at 844-844-3388. Wow, when we get to industry headlines this morning, sometimes there is not a whole lot happening as far as trucking industry news. There's a ton of stuff to talk about this morning. They've had that whole convention going on there in Chattanooga this week. Some very interesting discussions taking place. The whole debate of a driver shortage took place this past day, and as OOIDA has been asserting for years, they came out on top big time in that argument. No, there is no driver shortage. A lot of discussions about implications of the new administration, the Trump administration coming in, the changing of the guard, what impacts that may have on the trucking industry. And, of course, discussing the holiday coming up with Thanksgiving approaching. There's several industry insiders telling carriers, be aware of an increased risk of cargo theft coming up over the next week. So lots to cover here.
From Feature Story News in San Francisco, I'm Ira Spitzer. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand American politician, has withdrawn his name to become Donald Trump's Attorney General, stating that his confirmation was becoming a distraction. The president-elect had picked the former congressman to lead his Justice Department, but the nomination was shrouded with controversy, as FSN's Benji Heyer reports from Washington.
Matt Gaetz, a staunch ally of Donald Trump, has spent days batting away allegations of sexual misconduct, illicit drug use and misuse of campaign funds, all of which formed the foundation of a congressional investigation into his conduct. Lawmakers have faced huge pressure to make those findings public, requesting the FBI also release information from its separate investigation into claims of sex trafficking of minors, crimes that Gaetz denies committing. It's become clear, though, at least to the ex-Florida representative, that his nomination simply doesn't have sufficient support on Capitol Hill. It's a big blow for the former president, who'd hoped that Gaetz would oversee the U.S. justice system and shut down the remaining criminal cases against Trump.
U.S. actor Jussie Smollett's conviction for staging an attack on himself in Chicago in 2019 has been overturned. The Illinois Supreme Court ruled that a special prosecutor should not have been allowed to intervene after charges were initially dropped against the Empire TV star. FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
Jussie Smollett, who is black and gay, said that two men assaulted him 5 years ago, but testimony later came out saying that the actor paid two men he knew to carry out the attack, even though he'd said he was the victim of a hate crime. In 2022, he was ordered to pay a $130,000 fine and serve 150 days in jail for filing a false police report, but only had to serve 6 days before getting out on appeal. Now the state of Illinois Supreme Court has ruled his constitutional rights were violated as a special prosecutor was appointed to intervene in the case, even though the state attorney had dropped charges in exchange for a $10,000 bond payment and community service.
Parts of the U.S. are facing heavy rainfall and flooding in the wake of a historically strong bomb cyclone. Areas of northwest California are at risk of life-threatening flooding, while parts of Washington state were left without power following strong storms. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
Earlier this week, a bomb cyclone killed at least 2 people in Washington state. Police say trees fell on them in 2 separate incidents. Others have also been injured. Destructive winds have slammed the Pacific Northwest and Canada's British Columbia. The severe weather closed down schools and left hundreds of thousands of homes without power.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Here we are on a Friday. We're working our way into the 22nd day of November. Ready for the weekend? Shall I say, are you ready for some football? Hello, Big Ed. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Steve, and I'm ready for some football. But before I get started, I want to give my condolences to Judy Ward in Hollywood. I was really saddened to hear his passing. He was one of a kind, which I don't have to tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
My life was blessed to have known that guy. Got to visit with him a lot of times and cut up with him and Doc Holliday and you know, and sometimes at night would visit with him on the telephone. And he was a true blue truck driver's friend too, you know, in my opinion. Have you heard anything out of Doc?
I was just going to ask you. No, I have not heard a thing from Doc. I mean, Hollywood actually helped Doc years ago when, wasn't it when he was with like KLLM, I think at the time, to help Doc get into a truck with that company, with same company.
Oh yeah, he helped Doc. He helped Doc a couple of different times. He tried to. Told me, he said, Big Ed, you want to be an owner-operator, I'll help you get in the truck. Which I never had the desire to do that. But, yeah, Doc, I'd talk to Doc here the other day. I talked to him twice. And because I'd asked him, was Judy going to have a service for Hollywood? According to Doc, Hollywood didn't want no service, so... Because I figured if she was going to have a service, I was going to try to meet Doc over in Arkansas, but then go, attend the service. But based on what Doc told me here just a couple of days ago, but Hollywood didn't want no service. So
how about that?
Doesn't look like they're going to have one. He wanted people messing around over him. He figured he done checked out, which Hollywood lived he lived a life that a lot of people dream about, fast-paced entertainment world. Which we all grow up thinking, well, I want to be this or I want to be that. I want to be out there, be a mover and a shaker, and he was. And but I know one thing, I'm happy being just Big Ed on the Steve Summers show. That's as far as I get in life today. I've come a long way. So I know that. I know if it wasn't no Steve Summers, it wouldn't be no Big Ed. So I've been blessed in that department. You know, I'm not the world's smartest guy like I like to think I am. And I'm not half as good looking as I really am, but hey, you know, I'm modest. So, but Doc did say, Steve, he's going to be down for another week, because I mentioned, you know, Doc, Thanksgiving's coming up, and
we have not heard from Thomasina Turkey.
Yes.
Where's
I don't know. He's going to be broke down. And
Thomasina's always looking for Tom. Where's Tom? It's an annual tradition. How many years has it been now?
Oh, God, man, I don't know what. 20?
It's been a long time. Yeah, Thomasina Turkey. Yep.
And you know, that was another thing. A lot of guys don't know. Doc and Hollywood's one that got that H&H thing going. And then when you know, Dad moved to XM, the Bozo moved to XM. You know, actually Hollywood drifted with Bozo.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, because of my last name, and I was working with Doc and Hollywood as far as this H&H thing, and so we incorporated me into it, and I know it was a lot of fun. That they wasn't but really 3 H&H people, and that's Hollywood, and that's Doc and myself, and we took it and run with it when you got started, and I thought we had a lot of good entertaining radio back in that time.
Yeah.
And Thomasina Turkey was one of them, but it was a pleasure, you know. But he supposed to be down another week, and I asked him, I said, so you gonna call Steve, tell him you're so broke that you had to cook old Thomasina Turkey? So he told me he was gonna call, but you know, I don't know what Doc's going on, you know. Maybe
yeah.
You know, Doc likes people to beg him, you know. So anyway, we might as well take the opportunity to bash him every chance we can. But you know, it's just like Hollywood. There's no Hollywood to love him, and then there's no Doc to love Doc. Doc's just a super guy. So anyway, but my condolences to Judy, and prayerfully, it will. Things will work out, and so anyway, yeah, I'm ready for some college football, Mr. Steve. We got some great games coming up. It ain't gonna be over till what's that proverbial fat lady sings. And that fat lady's gonna be Army or Indiana. It all depends. There's so much going on, and have you looked at the playoff rankings? And that's going to change.
Okay. I mean, right now is it Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Indiana? Is that the right list, or?
Yeah, on your CFP rankings, you got Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Indiana, Notre Dame, Alabama, Miami, Ole Miss, Georgia, Boise State, and BYU. But this is going to change. And the 4 teams that would have the buys would be Boise State, Oregon, Miami, and Texas. Then you'd have BYU against Ohio State, Alabama against Notre Dame, Georgia and Penn State, Ole Miss, Indiana. But that's not even going to hang. You know, the only way Indiana is going to get in is they got to beat Ohio State. Then they can put up a great argument.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say they lose to Ohio State, and then they win they finish 12-1, however many number of games there is. A one-loss Indiana is not going to get in over a couple of these Southeast Conference teams that got 2 losses, and maybe even 3 losses. Tennessee would probably get in before Indiana, and I know that probably aggravates Indiana fans, but hey, it is what it is. The strength of schedule, which they're going to be last year's Florida State. It's going to choke them plumb out. Now, if they beat Ohio State, then they've got a good argument, okay? then everybody's going to say, okay, they weren't a fluke.
Mm-hmm.
But based on the teams they have played, everybody's thinking, well, they're a fluke. So anybody with Indiana getting their hopes up, you guys got to win. That's the only way you're going to get in. So let's start with Indiana, Ohio State. Naturally, I'm taking Ohio State. They showed me that they're going to lose that game to Indiana. I think that Ohio State will probably win it by at least 14. And then on these other teams I picked, the other one that of really interest is Army versus Notre Dame. There's another team. Now, if they beat Notre Dame, you're not going to keep Army out of the playoff mix. But if Army beats Notre Dame, they're still going to have to play, I believe it's Tulane for their championship. If I ain't mistaken, if I've been studying that right. But I guarantee you let Army beat Notre Dame, I'll be surprised if they're not in the playoffs. And boy, that would really generate some excitement. So Notre Dame and Army, I am going with Army. I think Army's got what it takes. You got to remember. Yeah, Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois the first part of the year. But I think Army just got what it takes. They got a great coach in Monken. And it's like he said, they don't have a bunch of parade All-Americans. They just got a bunch of All-Americans. And them youngsters of the Army, they play their hearts out. And I think that I'm picking them to take Notre Dame. Then we got Colorado versus Kansas. That's a trap game for Colorado. Colorado's got to win. And then I think they got one more game against Oklahoma State. But like I said, Coach Brown's got them boys functioning on all cylinders. And it's a must-win for Colorado. They could lose it, but I'm going Colorado over Kansas.
Okay.
Now, another important game is BYU and Arizona State. Now, both of them I think their records are similar. Whoever wins that's pretty well in the driver's seat to play. If it plays out, they'll be in the driver's seat to play Colorado for the Big 12 championship. And the winner out of the Big 12 championship, you only get into the playoffs. Now, so that's how important that's going to be. Now, a two-loss Big 12 champion or two-loss Big 12 team, not champion, but Big 12 team, they might get in over a two-loss Southeast Conference team. You might have to coming in out of the Big 12. But that's all up in there. Once again, that's when you start getting into the strength of the schedule. So we're going to Arizona State over BYU.
Okay. So technically, you just picked back-to-back upsets there, Ed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but they're playing in Tempe, so or Tucson, wherever Arizona State plays. I think it's Tempe. So that's a home field advantage for Arizona State. And then Kentucky versus Texas. Now that's a trap game for Texas. But I think Texas got what it takes to knock off Kentucky. So I'm going with Texas. And then how many is that? 5 games?
Mm-hmm.
And then I was going to, Ole Miss is playing a trap game with Florida. But even though it's a kind of a trap game, Ole Miss got what it takes to beat Florida. But so I'm not picking that game. I'm going with Texas A&M versus Auburn. To me, that brings more muscle to the table because, and it's a trap game for Texas A&M. And if they lose, Texas A&M loses this one, they ain't even going to get into the playoffs. They might as well just fold it up and get ready for next year. But right now, I'm taking Texas A&M over Auburn. I think that's going to be I think Auburn's going to play them a tied game. So that's now. With all this said, what about next week? What do I got to call you Tuesday night, Wednesday morning?
Let me see here. I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. Tuesday night, Wednesday morning.
Yeah, because you won't be Wednesday night, Thursday morning.
Not right, correct.
Okay, so I will have a short turnaround to get to figuring out. Because then after next week, it should have come down to the conference championships week. Well, you still got Army Navy that's going to play. I believe it's December the 12th. So next week should be the end of the regular season, and then we get into the conference championship, or we get into the conference championships, and then we should get into the playoffs, if I'm understanding that right.
Correct.
That'll all play out.
So one game you didn't pick yet.
So
old brother Rambler has it on the line. Are you going to take Alabama versus your Sooners, or who you think?
No, oh yeah, Alabama will beat my Sooners. Oh yeah, there ain't no way Oklahoma's gonna beat Alabama.
Okay.
No. So let's just throw that down there. Might as well get the kudos for it, don't you think?
All right, sure, yeah.
Well, that'll give me 7 games. So yeah, no, Alabama and OU, Alabama's gonna take that one.
Okay.
So that right there is my pick, Steve. It's good football, people. Well, I'd be listening if you ain't doing nothing but driving down the road. So that's where we stand, and this is the prognosticators. I'm going to sign out, and we'll holler at you Sunday night, Monday morning.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll look forward to it. I noticed you had nothing to say about old Clemson. We'll see what the Carolina Monkey Gouger thinks about that right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, got us a Friday morning coming on here, TGIF. How about that dirty dog? I guess your Clemson Tigers, that must be a doesn't mean nothing kind of game, huh?
Steve, well, I get started, I just want to give my condolences to Miss Judy and old Hollywood. He was a statesman, he was something else. I had a chance to meet him a couple times and be in some chats with him over some of these chat rooms that we had back in the day. And he was a character. Now there ain't no doubt about it. But Steve, what? Clemson playing the Citadel.
Yes.
I mean, they could probably play the cheerleading squad and win that. I mean, they pulled off a win last week against Pitt. Pitt had them down. I mean, Pitt, I don't know what the hell's wrong with Clemson. But that game is pretty much, that's in the bag for Clemson. Unless something happened. You know, this has been a year of upsets. But I don't see it happening. They'll probably beat them 54-7 or something like that. They'll play the third string the whole game probably. Now, I won't get to talk to you next week, and I'm going to do something that I don't like to do, but boy, when they run it, Clifton rolls into Bluff Road up there in Columbia, South Carolina, I got a feeling that them Tigers are going to get declawed, because I tell you what, I don't know where them Gamecocks come from, but they put the beat down on Missouri, and boy, I mean, they put a stomping on A&M. They had Alabama beat, and a bad call caused them to lose the game, but I don't want to go against Clemson, but from what I've seen in the last 3 games after they come back from that week off, they have played poorly. So I hate to say it, but I believe we're gonna get declawed this year at William Bryce Stadium.
Uh-oh. Well, that's the big rivalry weekend, right? Where you got all the in-state rivals.
And buddy, they already mad up there. They already raising hell because it's a 12 o'clock kickoff. And the reason I think they done that is those people in Columbia, they don't know how to act. They get nasty up there, and I reckon in the daytime they can see what's going on and get the troublemakers out the stadium. But
oh boy,
that is I went to my last Carolina Clemson game at Columbia about 3.5-4 years ago. Man, they got violent, man. I thought we were going to find our way out the stadium up there.
Wow.
Clemson put the beat down on them. I mean, they beat them unmercifully, but I don't go to no more games up there, Carolina and Clemson, when they're playing in Columbia, because it just gets totally out of hand. And what 16 did Ed pick? I come in on the last of it. I got a phone call and come in on the end of it. What did he pick this week?
All right, he picked Ohio State over Indiana. He picked Army over Notre Dame. That would be an upset. Picked Colorado over Kansas. Picked Arizona State over BYU. Texas over Kentucky. And Texas A&M over Auburn.
I'm gonna go with Indiana beating Ohio State, and I believe Army can beat Notre Dame, and then the rest of it I'm pretty good with. That Colorado Kansas game, I believe Colorado gonna roll over them. And then that. I'm pretty happy with what the rest of it that he done, but I think Indiana gonna pull out the upset up there.
That would be interesting. That shake things up.
That good shake things up, and Indiana they undefeated, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So that's good. That's gonna be a tough game up there. And the other one that he picked, I believe them Sooners are going to pull off the upset up there against Alabama.
Okay, that was our bonus pick.
Venables are dumb.
The bonus pick there, number 7, huh?
Yeah, I believe them Sooners. Old Venables done beat Alabama twice when he was defensive coordinator over there at Clemson. I mean, he knows their playbook, and I believe that's going to be an upset. because he's had old Venables that had a tough year up there, and I believe they're going to be out for blood. So I'm going to go with the Sooners on that one.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's all I got on the football. Now, let's talk about this here Attorney General fiasco. Trump played them people. He played them liberal-ass crybaby Republicans up there that don't know which side to fit like a base foot.
Okay, well, hold that thought. I look at the clock, and we got to get a quick timeout.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Donald Trump has nominated his longtime ally Pamela Bondi as the next U.S. Attorney General. The pick comes after his first choice to lead the Justice Department, Matt Gaetz, withdrew his name from consideration due to concern over allegations of sexual misconduct. Ira Spitzer has more.
Pamela Bondi served as Florida's Attorney General from 2011 to 2019. She's long been associated with the president-elect, serving as one of his lawyers during his first impeachment trial, and also showed up in court to support him during his hush money trial in New York earlier this year. In a social media post, Trump wrote, "Pam will refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime." Her nomination came just 6 hours after Trump's first pick, Matt Gaetz, withdrew his name from consideration as his confirmation appeared unlikely due to allegations of sexual misconduct.
Indian opposition leaders are demanding the government investigate the Adani Group after the U.S. charged billionaire Gautam Adani with orchestrating a $250 million bribery scheme. Adani is one of the world's richest men and is known for his close ties with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Neha Punia reports.
Opposition leaders in India are questioning why Adani has not been arrested yet, despite there being proof of his corruption presented by US officials. Opposition leader Rahul Gandhi has called for a pan-India probe and is also accusing Prime Minister Modi of shielding the billionaire. Meanwhile, the White House has also weighed in on the controversy, saying the crisis will not impact bilateral ties that are, quote, built on a strong foundation. But the US indictment has had a ripple effect beyond America and India, with Kenya cancelling a proposed deal to have the Adani Group expand Nairobi's international airport.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has condemned as anti-Semitic a decision by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants for war crimes against him and ex-Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. William Demslow reports.
In a unanimous decision, the ICC's three-judge panel said that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Chief Yoav Gallant knowingly and intentionally deprived civilians in Gaza of objects indispensable to their survival. The chamber adds that they bear criminal responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare. Israel has long railed against the court, and its President Isaac Herzog calls the ruling a dark day for justice and turns universal justice into a universal laughingstock. The ICC's decision makes Netanyahu an internationally wanted suspect, but both Israel and its main ally, the US, are not among the more than 120 nations that are party to the Rome Statute.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Conservationists say they believe that a species of bird previously found across mainland Europe and the Mediterranean is now extinct. The last confirmed sighting of a slender-billed curlew was nearly 30 years ago, and researchers say new analysis has concluded that with a 99.6% degree of certainty, none of the birds any longer exists.
It's the first global extinction of a species that occurred in mainland Europe ever, and it's a reflection of the threats facing biodiversity more broadly globally.
Alex Berryman of BirdLife International is a co-author of the study.
The last sighting was in northern Morocco, February 95. There's been a few claims since, but none of them have been verified. The threats that probably drove the extinction are quite difficult to pinpoint and will probably never be fully understood. But it's most likely that the extensive drainage and the destruction of bogs in western Siberia where they bred and their conversion to agricultural use, compounded with loss of coastal wetlands on the migratory and wintering grounds, and possibly also some impact of hunting, particularly towards the end.
The slender-billed curlew was a wading bird. Researchers say thousands of square miles of territory where the species was routinely found have turned up no evidence that the curlew still exists. And ornithologists fear it will not be the last species to disappear in Europe. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. President-elect Donald Trump nominates prosecutor Pam Bondi as his new Attorney General pick, hours after Matt Gaetz withdraws his name. India's opposition calls for an investigation into the Adani Group after the US charges billionaire Gautam Adani with fraud. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu attacks a decision by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants for war crimes against him. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
That's the way we kick off hour number 2 on a Friday. Working our way into a brand new day from time zone to time zone. Everybody talking about the Matt Gaetz thing. Dennis points out, he said, look, Gaetz immediately resigned his seat after Trump nominated him for Attorney General. Come on. What's that tell anybody with common sense? Now, reports yesterday, news out known as the post-millennial, I'm not familiar, said that Matt's announcement came shortly after the documents from the House Ethics Committee investigation were apparently leaked to the New York Times. I've heard several this week say, because they've been kind of bickering back and forth with the House Speaker Johnson saying that now that he's no longer in the House, that we're not going to release that report. It's just water under the bridge kind of thing. But several said that information, one way or another, it's going to come out. And I'm not sure if that's the official story, but Getz, in his withdrawing, said, quote, "I had excellent meetings with the senators yesterday. I appreciate their feedback and the incredible support of so many. While the momentum was strong, it's clear my confirmation was unfairly becoming a distraction to the critical work of the Trump-Vance transition. There's no time to waste on a needless, protracted Washington scuffle. Yeah, I'll be withdrawing my name from consideration to serve as the Attorney General." So there you go. What do you think, Monkey Gouge? I know that's where you were headed before we had to hit the news break there.
Well, I tell you, old Trump, he found out where his weak point was in the Republican Party with these rhinos. Because they jumped right up on the damn bench and went to hollering and screaming, "Oh, no, we're not going to confirm it," and all this. So what do? This what's her name? Kathy Bondos, or whatever her name is. Everything I've heard about this woman, I mean, I followed her a lot because she was a big Grady Judd fan from Polk County. You know, Sheriff Grady D. Judd, or whatever his name is down there. He is a crime fighter, and she backed him 100%. And so, yeah, I think that Trump done the right thing. I think she'll go through with no problem, and she's gonna make a hell of an Attorney General. But I tell you what's going on in this country right now with Joe Biden and them loosening up the border and letting more people in and all this, they just opened up the case for more treason to be brought against them, a dereliction of duty, and I'm going to tell you something, we ain't seen the last of this yet. And, you know, Trump's got his hands full right now, Steve. I mean, it's going to be a hard job for him to track down 10 million people, but he's already got troops on the ground looking around, looking what's going on. It'll take a little while, but I believe he'll get them cleaned out of there. They hired him to do the job overwhelmingly. I mean, he got the popular vote, electoral vote, he got the whole 9 things, and his foot is in the fire now. And I think we're going to see big results out of him and his crew that's going to be up there backing him.
The whole prospect of, Trump and Biden sat down about a week ago, and they were talking about a smooth transition. Yeah, coming up, we'll get you. You are correct. Just the announcement yesterday that the current Biden administration is doing everything they can to make it more difficult when Trump takes office to be able to deport these individuals he's looking to get out of the country. And there are, I believe, at least 3 caravans, big caravans, on the way right now trying to get here before Trump takes office. And I'd venture this administration is not going to do a damn thing to prevent them from being released into the country before January 20th.
That's exactly right. Now, Abbott just added another 1,000 foot to his buoy fence down there yesterday. They were showing it on the thing. But the thing that really got it interesting, Larry Kudlow was on one of those talk shows yesterday, and he read a thing. He says, federal law trumps local law anytime. And he said these governors can get up there and run their mouth and say what they want to say, and they can do this and they can do that. But the federal government trumps them. They can do whatever they want to. Now, they might not get the help of local law enforcement, but if they enact the National Guard, whatever it is, we got a crisis going on something's got to be done. And that's where, I think that Trump his work. He got his plan in place. He ain't letting nobody know what he's gonna do, and we'll have to just sit back and watch. But I thought that was pretty interesting when Larry Kudlow got up there and said, "Hey, look, federal law trumps all law."
Mm-hmm.
And he read that on Fox 3 or 4 times when those governors were saying, "Well, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that," and blah 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 blah. You know, they're just saying they want to harbor these fugitives. And Steve, I watched that Lincoln Riley sentencing yesterday.
Yes.
And but I must have went through a whole box of Kleenex.
Mm-hmm.
That was sad, and that sorry SOB up there to kill that little girl ain't even showed no remorse, no nothing out of it. He was a cold-hearted killer, and
why?
Right now they're trying to get.
Why was he not eligible for the death penalty? Is what I don't understand. I mean, now we're on the hook for the taxpayers to feed and house the guy for the rest of his life. I don't know how. And he's only what, 20-something years old.
Right now, you know, he got life plus. I mean, you know, there's no way, but they said in 40 years that he can file some kind of hearing and try to get out like that. But the other thing that got me in that deal is they played that 911 phone call when that poor child was trying to call for help, and then that rock hitting her side of the head, and she was still calling for help.
Yeah.
See, that was probably that thing. That was a hard trial to watch for sentencing, but that judge threw the book. Now, going back to why he didn't get the death sentence, that attorney, what's the head guy up there that's over would be like the attorney general for that county, whatever. He was a George Soros money-funded creep.
Okay.
And that's the reason they didn't throw the death sentence at this guy. But Brian Kemp has asked the Attorney General in Georgia to try and bring the death penalty against him. It's an emergency session up there right now, from what I understand. And I think they're going to have the hearing today on it, whether they're going to come back and hit him with the death sentence.
Okay.
And it could happen. But the other thing that got me, you know, remember that woman that killed those 2 kids up there in South Carolina, that Susan Smith?
Mm-hmm.
You know, she come up for parole yesterday, and they put her ass right back in the jailhouse too. They told her, "No way are you getting out," and she was up there boo-hooing and crying and everything. "I paid my sentence. I paid my," you know, you ain't paid nothing. You killed your children. You drowned your children. You jackleg. So suffer the consequences. But the other thing I want to say, I got to hit on old Doc Holliday since we bashing him tonight. I was over at Memphis, Tennessee, and we going back probably 10 years ago, and old Doc was over there at the casino there in West Memphis, and he was painted up. He called me and said, "Monkey gouger." I said, "What, Doc?" "You got a fishing rod?" I said, "Doc, I'm driving a damn truck tonight. I ain't fishing." "Well, I need you to come over here and help me catch these carp over here." I said, "Doc, where the hell are you at?" He said, "I'm at the casino." Said, "I went in there and ate some hot wings, some of them ghost pepper hot wings." I said, "The thing kind of upset my stomach." And I come out of that casino and said, I had the urge to, you know, I had the upchuck. I said, I spit my new false teeth out, and there's a damn carp over here swimming with my false teeth in his damn mouth. I need to catch him. Come over here and help me. I said, "You got in this mess, you'll get out of it."
Wow.
Yeah, brand new false teeth. That old Old Carp was over there swimming around with him in his mouth.
That's funny.
You know, Doc, you never knew what he was going to get into. But anyway, Steve, one other thing there before we get off of here, there's some kind of crud going around right now, boy, and that stuff, I've been all week trying to shake it. And that thing, boy, I mean, when it jumps on you, it jumps. Debbie's had it, and we think it come from the schoolhouse. We had the grandchildren before I left, and all of us got sick.
Right.
That's one reason I've been sleeping at night. But anyway, feel a little bit better today. It's starting to break up. But look here, Bubba, enjoy your weekend, and we'll try and holler at you, but I don't know if I'm going to get a phone call in next week because duck season opens next week in South Carolina, and we're going to be shooting them ducks and drinking that cold beer come in.
All right. I think you'll be doing more drinking the cold beer and taking a pot shot here and there at a duck. Isn't that the way it works? What was that old Dayupers in the second week of deer camp? You know how that works out. You ain't doing no hunting. Let me see. With Trump's announcement of Pam Bondi, the former Attorney General of Florida, the announcement this past day, I'm proud to announce former Attorney General of the great state of Florida, Pam Bondi, as our next Attorney General of the United States. Pam was a prosecutor for nearly 20 years, where she was very tough on violent criminals and made the streets safe for Florida families. Then, as Florida's first female Attorney General, she worked to stop the trafficking of deadly drugs and reduce the tragedy of fentanyl overdose deaths, which have destroyed many families across the country. She did such an incredible job that I asked her to serve as our Opioid and Drug Abuse Commission during my first term. We saved many lives. For too long, the partisan Department of Justice has been weaponized against me and other Republicans. Not anymore. Pam will refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime and making America safe again. I've known Pam for many years. She's smart. She's tough. She's an American first fighter who will do a terrific job as Attorney General. What do you think, Grump? Better pick than Matt Gaetz, maybe? Or morning, Grump?
God. How you doing, Steve? Yeah, a lot better pick. I've seen a couple of posts there that Matt Gaetz is going to get to finish out his congressional time in there.
Okay.
You know, I think they leave January 6th, but he's not. He's done. And when he resigned in lieu of them publishing the ethics report. And I personally, I think somebody called Trump up and said, look, get rid of this guy, get somebody else, or we're going to release the ethics report. And they could have subpoenaed it and brought it in. Let's talk real quick about this idiot down in Georgia, that murdering piece of crap down there. What happened on that death penalty was the prosecutors, number one, they would have went for it, I believe, on the death penalty. They didn't sign anything that said that they wouldn't. But his attorney, I think he had enough sense to know that this was a big case and this guy was going to get the death penalty, and he talked him into doing letting the judge be judge and jury. On a death penalty case in Georgia, the state law, it tells it that it has to come from a jury, not from a judge.
Okay.
It has to be part of the verdict that the jury has to find at least one statutory aggravating circumstance and recommend the sentence of death. So the judge, the only thing he could do was life in prison without parole, and they'll extend it. Now, it's done. I mean, that case is done. They're not going to change the law. They're not going to do anything. He's going to jail for the rest of his life, and it does carry an appeals, and if they did find something in the appeal that would grant him a new trial, then they could impanel a jury at that time, and I guess the jury could hear the new trial and if they declared a mistrial for whatever reason, so that they're not trying him twice for the same crime. But if they did declare a mistrial and he was retried with a jury seated, and then the jury finds him guilty, and they could say then, hey, you just screwed boots, pal. It's death penalty all the way.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's going to anything's going to happen under this, other than the fact that he's going to waive his rights, and he was found guilty under everything but the aggravated circumstances, and that wasn't even brought up because it's like I said, it has to be under a jury. He was found guilty of malice and felony murder. He had 10 different charges that were on him, and every one of them he was found guilty of by the judge. So that's the name of that. But yeah, Gates, I think somebody talked to Trump and said, "Hey, tell your boy to pull his name, or they're going to release that ethics report under a subpoena." And they were scratching at it, the way it was. I don't see why in the hell Donald Trump didn't get Pam Bondi to begin with. She has been a rock under his, for his campaign, and she was one of the lead attorneys on his impeachment trial. And when I was listening to her on there, she was just destroying everybody. But it's that's the way it is. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if Hegseth wasn't the next to resign under some of the scrutiny that he's been fallen under
right.
Some of the sexual assault and the sexual aggravated, or the allegations and everything of back in 2017. So that's kind of rocking his world right now, and I think they're trying to suppress the actual statements that were written, just to protect the lady right now that made the allegations. But it's all going to come out. But I think when this is over, it's over. I think when Biden leaves office, he's trying to do everything as much as he can right now through executive action, and that'll be squashed. I mean, they'll take it. The Republicans, if they got a brain in their head, they better jump all over this right now, including some of the things that he's trying to do with the EPA as far as blocking some of the oil and everything, and they're trying to spend as much money as they possibly can. And the Republicans need to get on top of that and stay on top of it and get it squashed. But the scariest thing that we're looking at right now is these damn war drums are beating all over the freaking world, man. I mean, it's when you look at what's going on. I know the B-2's been flying nonstop out of where I live at. They're all night long. The other night I was setting up, and they just, that's all you heard flying over was just the big jets and stuff. And they're doing all kinds of sorties right now, so we'll see what happens on that. But you've got Russia and Russia right now. They have North Korean soldiers. They have 10,000 they said on the ground, but they can get another 100,000 if they need, is what they were saying, to help out with getting into Ukraine. When that starts, when you start inviting other countries in, then it's expanding past. And it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if they didn't have an emergency hearing with NATO to try to get Ukraine in NATO as fast as possible. But this shouldn't have never came about the way it is, man. I ain't kidding you. What's going on is absolutely nuts. And when you have India, the president of India, and the secretary of basically he's like the Secretary of State for India, that's meeting with Putin and talking about how they've come to a truce with China right now over Kashmir. So they're standing down right there on that. That's kind of that's a red flag for me, is right off the bat, because the scariest situation is to have those kind of armies that would somehow become allies, and it's no secret that they can't stand America right now. They couldn't stand Trump, and they dearly despise Biden, because why, I don't know. They ought to love the guy because they've walked all over him. They've gotten every damn thing they've wanted, and it's just been something that's been extremely scary about what's been going on here lately. And man, I'll tell you, I don't know. This is some tough times, and And Jimmy was right. Trump's going to have his hands full. He's going to have his hands full when he when he takes office. And it's the amazing thing is that he is getting some good people in spots right now. And I hope like hell that they get some diplomatic stuff going right now and he gets NATO off their ass. Germany right now, you never know what they're going to do. I mean, they're just the thought of them, in their view of having to come back and start paying again, after Biden waived so much of the fees and so much of the NATO dues that were, I think it's 2% of their GDP that is what they fund. But hell, we're doing a lot more than that right now. I mean, we're handing over more money, more missiles, every damn thing else to that idiot in Ukraine. And that was one of the worst things that they could have done was hand long-range missiles over to this moron, and have them start launching missiles on into the Kremlin. There, it's just I am in no way, shape, or form a Biden or a Putin supporter. I hate that son of a bitch. It wouldn't bother me if he killed over dead of a heart attack or got kicked in the head by a horse or whatever it is he does. Goes out and swims in the whatever nasty river it is he swims in and the bastard drowns. I'd laugh. I mean, I really would. I mean, there's the devil just died. But that guy right there is just nutty enough to start doing tactical nukes in one form or another.
Right. And he actually he sent a message yesterday, but hey, we paused there.
From Feature Story News in San Francisco, I'm Ira Spitzer. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand American politician, has withdrawn his name to become Donald Trump's Attorney General, stating that his confirmation was becoming a distraction. The president-elect had picked the former congressman to lead his Justice Department, but the nomination was shrouded with controversy, as FSN's Benji Heyer reports from Washington.
Matt Gaetz, a staunch ally of Donald Trump, has spent days batting away allegations of sexual misconduct, illicit drug use and misuse of campaign funds, all of which formed the foundation of a congressional investigation into his conduct. Lawmakers have faced huge pressure to make those findings public, requesting the FBI also release information from its separate investigation into claims of sex trafficking of minors, crimes that Gaetz denies committing. It's become clear, though, at least to the ex-Florida representative, that his nomination simply doesn't have sufficient support on Capitol Hill. It's a big blow for the former president, who'd hoped that Gaetz would oversee the U.S. justice system and shut down the remaining criminal cases against Trump.
U.S. actor Jussie Smollett's conviction for staging an attack on himself in Chicago in 2019 has been overturned. The Illinois Supreme Court ruled that a special prosecutor should not have been allowed to intervene after charges were initially dropped against the Empire TV star. FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
Jussie Smollett, who is black and gay, said that 2 men assaulted him 5 years ago, but testimony later came out saying that the actor paid 2 men he knew to carry out the attack, even though he'd said he was the victim of a hate crime. In 2022, he was ordered to pay a $130,000 fine and serve 150 days in jail for filing a false police report, but only had to serve 6 days before getting out on appeal. Now the state of Illinois' Supreme Court has ruled his constitutional rights were violated as a special prosecutor was appointed to intervene in the case, even though the state attorney had dropped charges in exchange for a $10,000 bond payment and community service.
Parts of the U.S. are facing heavy rainfall and flooding in the wake of a historically strong bomb cyclone. Areas of northwest California are at risk of life-threatening flooding, while parts of Washington state were left without power following strong storms. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
Earlier this week, a bomb cyclone killed at least 2 people in Washington state. Police say trees fell on them in 2 separate incidents. Others have also been injured. Destructive winds have slammed the Pacific Northwest and Canada's British Columbia. The severe weather closed down schools and left hundreds of thousands of homes without power.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. We're going to get back, finish up with the Grump, and roll on into a Friday at 844-844-3388. We were talking about Putin. And Putin said this past day, kind of confirming that Russia launched a hypersonic, medium-range ballistic missile on a Ukrainian military facility and warned the West that Moscow could strike the military installations of any country whose weapons were used against them. Putin accusing the West of escalating the conflict by allowing Kyiv to strike Russia with those long-range missiles, and that the conflict was becoming global. Putin said Russia had conducted combat tests with what is known as the Hazel hypersonic missile in response to the aggressive actions of NATO countries against Russia in response to the use of American and British long-range weapons. The Russian armed forces launched a combined strike on one of the facilities of the military-industrial complex of Ukraine. In combat conditions, one of the newest Russian medium-range missile systems was tested, among other things, in this case with a ballistic missile in a nuclear-free hypersonic equipment. But just kind of, I don't know, sending the message, I guess they say, that what we've got, what we can do, who we can hit.
Yeah, they're pretty scary, with these new weapons that they have, and they were developed in unison with China and North Korea. China launched one. When was it? 3 years ago, I think, when they the first one that they launched. It went around the world and hit right back where it started. That's how they programmed it in. I mean, it went completely around the world and come right back down and pop. So these things are, and there's nothing that can stop them. I mean, our Aegis weapon systems and our everything that we have right now, the anti-ballistic missile batteries that we have, they're just not fast enough to stop these. But we never show all our cards either, what we have, and
right.
That's, unless you got some blabbermouth that loves to show it. So I don't know. It's going to be a challenge. Right now. And like I said, Trump's going to have his hands full, with everything that's going on and everything that the Biden administration has just flat refused to do. Well, let's talk about these deportations here for a second. These under U.S. Code 1373, Jeff Sessions, he tried suing a lot of these sanctuary cities, and because they were not providing the information that they needed to get a lot of the illegals, out of the country. And a 3-judge panel, federal judges, and they were 2 of them were actually conservative, was put in office by conservatives. They ruled that Sessions' lawsuit was unconstitutional, so they swept it under the rug. They tried to explain the fact that state and local governments do not have the resources, nor do they have the capability to determine, and it's not, their job is basically what they said, to determine whether someone's here legally or illegally. But it would be a lot easier now, since Biden, that idiot, he'd mess up a tomato soup sandwich. This moron come into office, and the first thing he did, when they started letting everybody in, across the border, was make them legal to work.
Mm-hmm.
And they did so in such a way that they violated federal law doing it, and they knew they did it. But I think right now, the way it's going to be handled is Pam Bondi's not going to play this, and you got what's his name, Tom
Homan.
What's his name? Holman. Yeah, he's taken over. The ICE portion of it, and they're going to be getting rid of people right and left. Now, the one thing that I think Trump is going to do is go ahead and criminal, the 1.6 million or whatever it is that's here, that's violated the law. This is their second offense on coming into this country. First time's a misdemeanor, second time's a felony. So they're felons. They will be able to go after the governors and I think the mayors and places like, in some of the sanctuary cities that are actually ordering their police not to cooperate with these, to give out this felony information on who these people are. And I think they're going to be able to do that. They'll be withholding some funds and things like that. And they also have the right. So many kids have come over, with not just the unaccompanied minors, but they've brought over, parents, and it's, as soon as they legalized the kids, they allowed up to 17 family members to come in under that was under Obama's immigration rulings that he would allow. And they didn't shoot that down, but they did do the public charge. You remember the public charge where they were saying, you come here hat in hand, it's not the Americans' responsibility. Trump did that. And they were deporting people on that. Well, Biden shot that down. He come up with another executive order that negated that. And, he said, we're not going to use that as any kind of a legal means. Well, it's been in effect since 1873, and they've actually, went on this law is exactly what it is. The public charge ruling is a law, and they've enhanced that, several times since it was written, years and years and years ago, and they've used it many times. When you have immigrants that are here just come here to sponge off the American taxpayer, they've sent their asses home. Well, this I think I think they're in for a rude awakening. These governors and people, that they're going to put enough pressure on them, and that includes the education system for a lot of these kids. They, if they do away with the education system, then it's going to go back to the states, and a lot of these sanctuary states, which they're talking about right now of getting. I think the one congressman or senator has a bill that he's introducing right now to get rid of the education department and turn it back over to the states. And if they do that, it'll be federally funded. They'll have to have an office that does the federal funding, but they're going to fund basically the basics, and it's not going to be for tutors and people like that has to, the taxpayers right now are paying for these Hispanic kids and other kids that can't speak English right now. I mean, there's a reason we're 23rd in math and 30th in English and stuff like that, is because we got these issues going on that our kids are not as important as the kids that are coming here, and that needs to stop. And I think a lot of these acts and things that has been put forth, I don't think Trump is going to, I know he's been working on it for the last 3 years. He's had, people that have been looking at the executive action that he can do within the, constitutionality of it. And it wouldn't bother me, or I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see some mayors and some governors and people like that with some bracelets, on for violating federal law and, on aiding and abetting. And maybe the police officers and people will get into line and say, we're not going to, break our oath for these idiots. We're going to, go ahead and pass it along. But it's, this is going to be an amazing time, man. I ain't kidding you, with the mandate that he has on on the vote that he got and everything that this man's wanting to do. It's there's already a number of businesses that have said that they're coming back. They're coming back from China and different places that, when Trump gets elected, because that's, the first thing that's going to go is a lot of the corporate tax that just cuts into profit margins so high. When businesses are operating off of shoestring margins anyway, and you have all the high energy costs and everything else that's associated with these business expenses, they got to do something. That's one reason why they're going to China and places like that, where that pays their fuel bills and things like that for, employing the people, and India and different places, and let's get them back here. And I think Trump's on target to do that. And like I said, it's just going to be an amazing 4 years here. We'll see what happens. I mean, he's going to piss off some people, step on some toes, but hey, that's what has to happen. But I guess in closing here, I am glad that Gates is gone. I never liked the guy. He was a little frat boy smart ass. And it wouldn't surprise me, as devious as Trump can be, if he was pretty pissed off at the guy over McCarthy. McCarthy was the number one fundraiser for the Republican Party, and I know Trump got in contact with Gates a couple of times and told him to knock it off, but he didn't. He just kept it up. And then when he chose this to make him his AG, and Gates just automatically, I'm resigning right now, in lieu of that report that was coming out, because for some reason he just didn't want that out, and he made a couple of comments about it. Well, it can't become public now. The hell it can't. I mean, there is no secret.
Well, and that's the word. That I mean, supposedly it was leaked to the New York Times yesterday. So if that is the case, I think, they wouldn't hold it back, would they? We'll probably find out in short order. It may show up in the New York Times today, for that matter. But all right, thank you, Grump. Well, Thanksgiving is around the corner. Industry insiders telling carriers, be aware. A lot of cargo theft will be occurring over the holiday week. Wednesday of this week, New Jersey-based logistics security provider CargoNet issuing an alert to the trucking industry, warning of an expected hike in cargo theft over Thanksgiving. According to the company, the holiday period that officially begins Tuesday before Thanksgiving and runs through the following Monday presents uniquely vulnerable conditions across all areas of the supply chain. Extended facility closures combined with reduced staffing levels to disrupt normal operating patterns. These factors create opportunities for criminal exploitation, which will require enhanced vigilance and security protocols. According to the data from CargoNet, a total of 174 significant theft events have occurred in the past 5 years over that 6-day holiday window, with an average loss per theft of $159,000, nearly $160. As far as what the thieves are looking for, the company said historical data showed consistent patterns when it comes to targeted commodities. Freight, all kinds shipment, hard liquor, vehicle accessories, particularly tires and motor oil, among some of the top loads targeted by thieves. Historical cases demonstrate thieves select these targets based on established relationships with the black market buyers. indicating sophisticated criminal networks operating in the supply chain. In terms of where cargo theft has been highest over the holiday week, California, Texas, and Illinois were the top three, and that's consistent. Yeah, clear concentrations of criminal activity in 3 counties. The company identified San Bernardino County and Los Angeles County in California, as well as Cook County in Illinois, primary hotspots for theft over Thanksgiving week. The call for carriers to be vigilant has been echoed by Overhaul, an Austin, Texas-based supply chain risk management company, when in their weekly intelligence report warned of the increased risk of cargo theft. Thieves are aware cargo will be left unattended for extended durations during this time. They will use this opportunity to obtain targeted and high-value merchandise. Their report noted an increased risk of driver confrontation and pilferage when drivers park overnight outside of their delivery location. Thieves are known to target drivers who do this, especially during the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, oftentimes following drivers and waiting till they're asleep to strike. In some cases, thieves may confront the driver and use force or threats to steal the cargo. This type of confrontation and pilferage can be particularly dangerous for drivers, as they may be at risk for physical harm or injury. To combat this, they suggest drivers park in secure locations with adequate lighting and security measures. Drivers should be aware of their surroundings, report any suspicious activity to law enforcement or their employer. Both companies recommend checking ahead of delivery whether the receiver's operating hours are impacted by the holiday. Both encouraged carriers to adjust their schedule to avoid unnecessary staging or especially leaving cargo unattended.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, oddly enough, it does appear no one actually stepped up to the plate to make it official that we are one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I guess all this is falling to me today to say happy casual Friday and one more day closer to the greatest day of the week. Of course, next week, the greatest day of the week is probably not that bad because somebody like you, the Hey Mike, I guess, has to happen on Tuesday next week for you?
I suppose, because Wednesday's like Friday, and the greatest day of the week will be Wednesday.
Yeah, and then, the greatest day of the week after that's like 5 or 6 days away. So, I mean, really, so the next greatest day of the week coming up really isn't all that bad. But now I'm not sure about this other part. I got told I was supposed to do something about and I just don't really think, I don't feel it, Your Honor. I can't see it happening. So I guess you're going to have to go without there, unless maybe the Rambler or somebody calls in and, lowers his standards enough to go there for you. So I don't know. But anyway, where are we here from there and there from here? Yeah, so this Matt Gaetz thing, do you think that Trump was actually kind of throwing him a bone to get him out of Congress
Kind of
without
like
a whole lot of problems?
a lifeline.
Yeah. Here's we're going to bring you in here, and it probably is not going to work, but you'll be able to resign from Congress, and everybody will be so busy up in arms that watching you over here, me wanting you to do this, that we'll just let you, for all the help you helped him, that he helped with the campaign and supported President Trump and that. I'm almost wondering if that was just a quick, easy way out without a whole lot of hoopla to, make it look like a big dramatic thing with him, resigning from Congress. So.
Yeah.
So I think there was something by design that happened with that, but anyways, I don't know. Probably a good thing. As Trump says, he's probably not the best character in the world, but there's a whole lot worse that are there and done a whole lot worse. So I mean, there's a whole list of people that went to an island that probably are a lot worse than that are walking around unscathed right now.
Yeah.
So anyways, that's kind of what that is. Hey, listening to your news the other nights here, because we have to listen to your news. One reporter on there talking that Great Britain, they got somebody in Great Britain there that's, or the way things are written there, that they are not going to be allowed to get out of the EV mandate forced on the people. And so just like it because it's coming, because you don't have a choice. But I like how they don't know how to either proofread or listen to their comments, because he kept talking about people being able to trade like carbon credits with Tesla. Now I'm sure they meant other companies, but wouldn't it be interesting if you as an individual could say, hey, I'm going to call up Elon Musk and I want to trade him some carbon credits. I want to be able to keep driving my Fire Chicken, so we're going to swap out some carbon credits.
Right.
Do you think that would happen? Yeah, no. So, anyways, well, I guess we got some impending white death on the horizon of this morning coming along. So did Pennsylvania enact all their Tier 1 shutdown for the commercial vehicles and motorcycles and all that? And did they actually get any snow, or did it arrive at 5 p.m. like they put the mandate in there to happen?
All I know is, they kicked in at 5 o'clock. I mean, the radar was showing they were getting some pretty decent snow in north central, northeast PA. So.
Okay. So,
and I think they've I think they restricted their speed limits to like 45 as well.
Well, that is normal procedure to 45 mile an hour for the commercial vehicle, and also restricted to the right lane. You aren't allowed to pass. You have to stay in the right lane. So that's usually another mandate of that Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 thing, that you're not supposed to be anywhere but in the right-hand lane. So anyways, I don't know. I did see another fallen star this morning, so that makes 2 in a row here, 2 days in a row. So are we in some sort of special thing that we should be seeing these meteorites falling from the sky?
Last weekend was the peak of, I can't remember the name of the meteor shower was the peak, but it's one of those meteor showers that's stretched out. It's not like just 1 or 2 nights. It goes for weeks. So, yeah, we are in a meteor shower time right now.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And then at one point there, you were talking that speaking of Elon Musk, that some of his Starlinks occasionally fall out of orbit. Is it possible we're seeing those as meteorite type, falling stars or whatever that would be, that bright coming? Because I actually have had the opportunity one time to see the Starlink train fly overhead, and it was pretty impressive. I mean, it was cruising right along, and it was multiple white lights in a row and chasing each other across the sky. And so I'm just wondering, because these 2 I've seen are probably about that same size as what those lights were, and probably moving, in about the same type of speed. So I don't know. I was just kind of wondering if it's possible that these things that I've seen the last couple of days are Starlink satellites falling from the sky. But anyways, other than that, I guess we're supposed to get down a little bit. We're actually down to halfway between Baltimore and Washington right now, and it's 38 degrees here, and we're supposed to be somewhere down around the freezing mark with some rain early, and then changing over to some light snow, sleet, mix, and possibly 1 inch up all the way to the Pennsylvania border, and then changing all back to rain there by the time the sun really gets up a little bit, and then rain, I guess, throughout most of the days. So after that, it's just kind of going to be a wet, soggy day here after the morning rush hour here. So anyways, that's about what we got going for you there, and I guess just remember, the Casual Friday does not mean drive naked, Your Honor. But other than that,
thanks for the heads up, and you do the same. All right. So we close out another hour there. Rolling into a Friday. What do we have around the country? It is 844-844-3388. Are you ready for the weekend? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Donald Trump has nominated his longtime ally Pamela Bondi as the next U.S. Attorney General. The pick comes after his first choice to lead the Justice Department, Matt Gaetz, withdrew his name from consideration due to concern over allegations of sexual misconduct. Ira Spitzer has more.
Pamela Bondi served as Florida's Attorney General from 2011 to 2019. She's long been associated with the president-elect, serving as one of his lawyers during his first impeachment trial, and also showed up in court to support him during his hush money trial in New York earlier this year. In a social media post, Trump wrote, "Pam will refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime." Her nomination came just 6 hours after Trump's first pick, Matt Gaetz, withdrew his name from consideration as his confirmation appeared unlikely due to allegations of sexual misconduct.
Indian opposition leaders are demanding the government investigate the Adani Group after the U.S. charged billionaire Gautam Adani with orchestrating a $250 million bribery scheme. Adani is one of the world's richest men and is known for his close ties with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Neha Punia reports.
Opposition leaders in India are questioning why Adani has not been arrested yet, despite there being proof of his corruption presented by US officials. Opposition leader Rahul Gandhi has called for a pan-India probe and is also accusing Prime Minister Modi of shielding the billionaire. Meanwhile, the White House has also weighed in on the controversy, saying the crisis will not impact bilateral ties that are, quote, built on a strong foundation. But the US indictment has had a ripple effect beyond America and India, with Kenya cancelling a proposed deal to have the Adani Group expand Nairobi's international airport.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has condemned as anti-Semitic a decision by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants for war crimes against him and ex-Defence Minister Yoav Gallant. William Demslow reports.
In a unanimous decision, the ICC's three-judge panel said that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defence Chief Yoav Gallant knowingly and intentionally deprived civilians in Gaza of objects indispensable to their survival. The chamber adds that they bear criminal responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare. Israel has long railed against the court, and its President Isaac Herzog calls the ruling a dark day for justice and turns universal justice into a universal laughingstock. The ICC's decision makes Netanyahu an internationally wanted suspect, but both Israel and its main ally, the US, are not among the more than 120 nations that are party to the Rome Statute.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Conservationists say they believe that a species of bird previously found across mainland Europe and the Mediterranean is now extinct. The last confirmed sighting of a slender-billed curlew was nearly 30 years ago, and researchers say new analysis has concluded that with a 99.6% degree of certainty, none of the birds any longer exists.
It's the first global extinction of a species that occurred in mainland Europe ever, and it's a reflection of the threats facing biodiversity more broadly globally.
Alex Berryman of BirdLife International is a co-author of the study.
The last sighting was in northern Morocco, February 95. There's been a few claims since, but none of them have been verified. The threats that probably drove the extinction are quite difficult to pinpoint and will probably never be fully understood, but it's most likely that the extensive drainage and the destruction of bogs in western Siberia where they bred and their conversion to agricultural use, compounded with loss of coastal wetlands on the migratory and wintering grounds, and possibly also some impact of hunting, particularly towards the end.
The slender-billed curlew was a wading bird. Researchers say thousands of square miles of territory where the species was routinely found have turned up no evidence that the curlew still exists, and ornithologists fear it will not be the last species to disappear in Europe. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. President-elect Donald Trump nominates prosecutor Pam Bondi as his new Attorney General pick, hours after Matt Gaetz withdraws his name. India's opposition calls for an investigation into the Adani Group after the US charges billionaire Gautam Adani with fraud. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu attacks a decision by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants for war crimes against him. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? Hello from the Michigan Madman, who said he's actually helping a guy right now in the shop, hoping he can get into the Chili Bowl Nationals. Happy Friday, everybody. Yeah, he's probably in bed by now because that was about an hour and a half ago. Buckeye Boy checking in Atworth, Georgia. Did you see that snow at the Thursday night NFL game? Cannot believe the Browns won that. Anyway, didn't do much today other than being on the phone. Pretty much, it looks like I'm out of the doghouse. That's good. Wildcat and I went to watch one of the granddaughters at her chorus concert. Entertaining, they did a great job. Getting everything planned for Thanksgiving with the family next week. We spend the week in Conyers near Mom's, and everybody comes into town. Not as many of the brothers and sisters' kids' families are going to be there this year because they're going to spend time with their spouses' families, so that's good. They got to kind of share things from year to year, right? But Mom and the youngest sister have been hard at work making peanut brittle and lots of cookies. Have a great night. A better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. Yeah, getting ready for Thanksgiving. Here we go. Meanwhile, Roki is on board. It is official in Pennsylvania. Yes, I saw that. Dave McCormick defeats Senator Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. Bob Casey did actually finally concede this past day. So I think that solidifies the Senate at 53 Republican seats, if memory serves. All right, 844-844-3388. On a Friday morning, Eagle, what's happening out there?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing? I appreciate you putting me on. It's going to be another very serious phone call, Steve, tonight. A lot of people are not taking it serious, but they need to. Now, didn't I tell you a couple of days ago about Vladimir Putin doing his thing with Joe Biden? And still, by the way, before I get to the Putin situation, this guy Joe Biden, Steve, have you ever seen anything like this in your life? I haven't, or anybody else's life, where this woman is literally screaming at Joe Biden as he gets on to the Air Force, the plane for the president, and this guy is refusing to answer questions. They want to talk about Trump being a dictator. They want to talk about Trump being Hitler. Joe Biden is the man that's doing the whole deal. He sends missiles to Ukraine, yet he refuses to answer the question why he did it, why he did such a crazy thing. Mm-hmm. Refuses to answer questions. When he was down in Brazil, they had a podium set up. He said what he had to say and walked off into the damn jungle. This is uncalled for. This is unheard of, Steve. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, after her loss, she's been AWOL for the whole 4 damn years, but now she's taking it to a whole other deal. She's out in Hawaii. She's supposed to be the second most powerful person in the U.S. until January 20th, but apparently she don't think so, because she's on vacation right now while Vladimir Putin, probably the first or second most dangerous man in the world, is shooting missiles into Ukraine. And by the way, like I told, like one other guy said tonight, and I've been telling you this, Steve, that's a warning shot. That's a warning to Ukraine and the U.S. The next time Vladimir Putin shoot a missile, a ballistic missile, and by the way, I read on my phone while you had me on hold, that's the first time in the history of the world a ballistic missile has been launched, just in case people don't think that it's serious and that it's a joke. The next time he sends a missile into Ukraine or maybe even the U.S., I promise you it's going to be nuclear war operated. And people that think that nuclear, you say you ain't worried about it, go find you a video, people that's listening to me tonight, go find you a video about what happens when a nuclear bomb hits the ground and detonates, and see what you think about that. You won't like the outcome of what goes down after one of them missiles, because see, Vladimir Putin has the most dangerous missile in the world, Steve. I told you that last night, called Satan number 2. Even the U.S. don't have nothing compared to what this man got. Somebody needs to come to the table, Steve. Nobody is trying. Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. Somebody need to be on the phone. Somebody need to be sitting there getting Vladimir Putin and his people onto the table to try to make something happen. But it seems like the Democrats and Biden, they want a war started, Steve, before Biden leave the White House. They want all hell to break loose. And the scary part about it is it look like that's exactly what's going to happen. A lot of innocent people going to lose their lives in this situation because Vladimir Putin is not playing games. Joe Biden is he's even sending even more money to Ukraine, Steve, from what I'm hearing. They're passing another bill to get even more money to Ukraine. See, I talked to my girlfriend about this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. See, here's where Joe Biden is going wrong at. Either he's the dumbest man that's ever been in the White House or he just don't give a damn. I told you that the other night. I don't know if I haven't figured that out yet. When you want to stop a war, Steve, you don't continue giving somebody money so they can buy more bullets, more guns, more ammunition, more weapons. And see, but that goes back to what Trump said of these bloodthirsty people such as the Cheneys and the Bushes that make money off of war and fights. That's why they wanted to go on, because there's money to be made, Steve. There's money to be made with these weapons. That's why they want another damn war going. But like I said, if you want to stop a war, you come to the table. That's the only way two individuals that disagree with each other can come to some kind of agreement. You don't come to an agreement by fighting with each other. You come to an agreement by both individuals sitting down at the table and trying to work out your differences and maybe come to some kind of agreement so nobody gets hurt. But apparently Joe Biden and the Democrats don't see it that way. So unfortunately, a lot of bad things are going to happen. A lot of people saying they want Trump. Trump might not. We may not make it too much before the election, Steve. This is probably one of the most dangerous situations in the history of the United States, the world at this point. When you got three of the most dangerous individuals. I talked to you months ago about the organization of the three most dangerous people in the world, which is Putin, the Chinese president, and Kim Jong-un. All three of these individuals are talking to each other and working together. That's a bad. Plus, and then you throw in Iran, the guy over there, the Supreme, or whatever the hell his name is. He's associated with these guys. These are four of the most evil people walking on planet Earth. So we got a very bad situation going on, and we have an empty suit in the White House. The guy, like I told you months ago, Steve, if I can't drive this truck here, and I know damn well the president of America's job is more important than mine. If I can't drive this truck, they will make me go take a physical evaluation before I can drive this truck. And if I fail that physical, they will tell me you will not get a medical card to operate that vehicle. Now, you can't tell me that Joe Biden shouldn't be required to take some kind of mental evaluation sometime this week or next week to find out if he's fit to be president. And you and I both know what their doctor will find if he's honest, that Joe Biden is not fit to be president of this country and to be the most powerful man in the United States, if not the world. But yet that continues to happen. And like my grandfather always told me, Steve, if you don't have nothing to hide, you shouldn't have a problem with it. But I guarantee you, if you ask Joe Biden if he wants to take a physical or a mental evaluation, he's going to say no. And you know why he's going to say no, because he know he ain't going to pass the damn test. Now, let's talk about Matt Gaetz right quick. As much as I hate to say this, Steve, because I believe in being honest, the guy has something to hide. I believe that he has some bad skeletons in his closet. And he didn't want these to come out, and it looked like it's probably gonna come out anyway, whether he didn't want it or not. So he decided to step down because he didn't want to go through the rigmarole of what's about to come out. Right. They'll probably go ahead and release it anyway because they hate Donald Trump just that much. But it looks like we might have got a better candidate with this woman. Maybe she can get in and get confirmed, because Gaetz wouldn't have got in. It would have been the same situation with Kavanaugh, if not worse. And then they're trying to railroad the other guy, the defense guy, with another female. That's the easiest way to bring a man down, Steve, is to accuse him of raping women or abusing women. They doing the same thing with this defense. They claim they got some woman, he did something bad to her in the past. So they're going to try to railroad him and make him eventually, the day after day, they're going to keep telling him, he'll probably decide he don't want the job either, and they have to find another defense guy, because that's the way the Democrats operate. They railroad you day after day after day, and just like they try to do Trump, until you eventually just quit and say the hell with it. So that's probably what his situation is going to be too. So Trump might as well go ahead and start looking for a new defensive guy. And I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
All right. I mean, yeah, I think the focus now that Gaetz is out of the way, obviously the Democrats are going to point their arrows at Hegseth. Most on Capitol Hill, Republican senators say that they're upbeat about their chances of confirming Hegseth. Department of Defense. Roger Whittaker, who is set to become the next head of the Senate Committee on Armed Services, told reporters after a meeting with Hegseth, because Pete's been in meetings the last several days. He was with Hegseth, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and Wicker's fellow Republicans on the panel, that the nomination, in his words, is in pretty good shape ahead of the confirmation process. Senator Mullen of Oklahoma said Hegseth can explain all the situations, including the 2017 sexual assault accusation, and it's going to be just fine, he says. That scenario in 2017, a California woman told police that Hegseth sexually assaulted her in a hotel room where she and he were both involved in an event for the California Federation of Republican Women. Hegseth told police he had a sexual encounter with the woman, but it was consensual. In remarks to reporters, said the sexual assault claim, that was fully investigated. I was completely cleared, and that's where I'm going to leave it. Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming, who's set to become the second highest-ranking Republican in the Senate, told reporters Hegseth is a strong nominee to head the Pentagon. Pete pledged that the Pentagon will focus on strength and hard power, not the current administration's woke political agenda. National security nominations have a history of quick confirmations in the Senate. I look forward to Pete's hearing and a vote on the floor in January. Now, that's one opinion. Karl Rove, I don't know, how much credence do you put in Karl Rove? He kind of feels like the Hegseth hearings are going to get messy. Chaos and controversy. Let's see. I was speaking to the Wall Street Journal Wednesday, talking about not only Pete Hegseth, but Tulsi Gabbard. And, of course, Matt Gaetz is now out of the way, so that's... he likened Trump's pick of Hegseth to Defense Secretary and Gabbard for the Director of National Intelligence. He referred to it as a circus act. Confirmation hearings for the pair could also be messy and full of bad press. His, in particular, could entail unpleasant surprises, given that the Trump transition team was supposedly blindsided after the news that Hegseth had reached a settlement with that woman who had accused him of sexual assault in 2017. I've got the full story and the transcripts from the police reports in regards to that woman. It's one of those scenarios where she can't really recollect much of anything. Say, accusing that she believes that she had been drugged or somebody slipped a Mickey in her drink, that kind of thing. She just really can't remember anything. So that's where it comes to a he said, she said. If we get a chance, maybe we'll delve into that. But let's move to the trucking sector, where right this instant there is not a driver shortage. That was the opening statement made by John Larkin, a strategic advisor at Clarendon Capital. They actually held a debate, a driver shortage debate, at the Future of Freight Festival in Chattanooga this past day. Larkin was there to represent arguments in support of a shortage. Representing arguments against a driver shortage in the views of nearly everyone at this point was Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OOIDA. Pugh stated his case by pointing out high turnover rates, low pay, poor working conditions. However, he did not have to do much because Larkin made all of his points for him. What was actually supposed to be a debate about a driver shortage turned into more or less a conversation about how the real problem is driver retention. Arguments as to why drivers are leaving carriers. Low pay, no wellness programs, and low quality benefits. Poor quality of truck food, lack of truck parking, restroom shortage, lack of sympathetic dispatchers or fleet managers. All those points were actually made by Larkin. Some of Pugh's responses to Larkin's arguments are, you make a very good point, or you're 100% correct. There was no driver shortage debate because there was no debate to be had. As Louis was saying, it's really the turnover issue, more so than the shortage of drivers. Larkin was about halfway through the 30-minute debate. Larkin's only support of a driver shortage was the potential for a shortage once the economy's booming again. When the economy improves, freight demand will increase and tighten up the supply and demand of drivers. He's not wrong about that, but he's not right either. In the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, you recall, we had that surge in freight demand that caused supply chain concerns, including a limited supply of truck drivers. Well, what happened? The rates skyrocketed. A flood of new carriers and drivers entered the market. Any driver shortage is cyclical, short-lived, and quickly resolved by increasing driver pay and working conditions. It's going to take the treatment of these people like human beings rather than objects. That's been the case all these years. Once companies figure that out, they can drive their turnover rate way down, which ends up being economically advantageous to them. They may pay a little more, but they're spending a lot less on training and recruiting. Again, that was Larkin, not Pugh. But as Pugh pointed out, and I remember this well because we covered it at the time, J.B. Hunt tried that in the late 1990s. Remember when they increased driver pay by as much as 35% and they had shut down most of their driver training? This not only significantly increased retention, but dramatically decreased their crash rates. However, the company never did that again, likely finding that hiring and training new drivers is cheaper than paying experienced drivers more. Within 5 years, they went back to their old ways. Safety and paying the drivers apparently isn't really that important. Now, one very interesting little piece that come up shortly thereafter. After Pugh thanked Larkin for being brave enough to talk about a driver shortage, the debate host said, well, the ATA wasn't. It never has been. Despite being the driver shortage spokesperson and perpetuating that myth, the ATA refuses to reveal their data and actually ever debate the issue. Craig Fuller, the founder of FreightWaves, has offered to donate tens of thousands of dollars to charity if the ATA will actually defend their stance. He offered $50,000 for this debate. The ATA never responded. Fuller offered the ATA $50,000 to an organization of their choice again less than 2 weeks ago. Back in April, he offered the ATA $25,000 to debate the driver shortage. That never happened. Why won't the ATA participate in a debate about the driver shortage because they know they cannot defend the myth. They will absolutely be destroyed in front of everybody. The only person brave enough to speak in support of a driver shortage did not seem to completely buy into the idea himself. Instead, Larkin kept bringing up the key belief held by opponents of a shortage. There is a driver retention problem because drivers are paid and treated poorly. Full stop. End of story. Debate over. At the very beginning of the, quote, debate, Dooner he did a poll of the audience there in Chattanooga to see who actually believed in a driver shortage. At the beginning of the so-called debate, apparently only 4 people actually raised their hands. After the debate, that number was 2. Probably the only 2 left in the entire industry. So that would have been quite the interesting little segment to have sat in on. There was actually ultimately no debate. All the points White has been making for years were made by the proponents of a driver shortage. All right, about a minute before news break here. Another discussion there in Chattanooga, the Future of Freight Festival, a light approach to regulation and big tax cuts. Big tax cuts will be a boom for the trucking industry under a Trump presidency. But Trump's unpredictable management style poses some long-term risk to the economy and motor carriers, according to freight economist Noel Perry this past day. We'll tell you a bit of what he had to say about the changing of the guard, the new administration coming in here under one Donald Trump, the impacts on the trucking and the freight industry. So good stuff. It's a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in San Francisco, I'm Ira Spitzer. Matt Gaetz, the firebrand American politician, has withdrawn his name to become Donald Trump's Attorney General, stating that his confirmation was becoming a distraction. The president-elect had picked the former congressman to lead his Justice Department, but the nomination was shrouded with controversy, as FSN's Benji Heyer reports from Washington.
Matt Gaetz, a staunch ally of Donald Trump, has spent days batting away allegations of sexual misconduct, illicit drug use and misuse of campaign funds, all of which formed the foundation of a congressional investigation into his conduct. Lawmakers have faced huge pressure to make those findings public, requesting the FBI also release information from its separate investigation into claims of sex trafficking of minors, crimes that Gaetz denies committing. It's become clear, though, at least to the ex-Florida representative, that his nomination simply doesn't have sufficient support on Capitol Hill. It's a big blow for the former president, who'd hoped that Gaetz would oversee the U.S. justice system and shut down the remaining criminal cases against Trump.
U.S. actor Jussie Smollett's conviction for staging an attack on himself in Chicago in 2019 has been overturned. The Illinois Supreme Court ruled that a special prosecutor should not have been allowed to intervene after charges were initially dropped against the Empire TV star. FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
Jussie Smollett, who is black and gay, said that 2 men assaulted him 5 years ago, but testimony later came out saying that the actor paid 2 men he knew to carry out the attack, even though he'd said he was the victim of a hate crime. In 2022, he was ordered to pay a $130,000 fine and serve 150 days in jail for filing a false police report, but only had to serve 6 days before getting out on appeal. Now the state of Illinois Supreme Court has ruled his constitutional rights were violated as a special prosecutor was appointed to intervene in the case, even though the state attorney had dropped charges in exchange for a $10,000 bond payment and community service.
Parts of the U.S. are facing heavy rainfall and flooding in the wake of a historically strong bomb cyclone. Areas of northwest California are at risk of life-threatening flooding, while parts of Washington state were left without power following strong storms. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
Earlier this week, a bomb cyclone killed at least 2 people in Washington state. Police say trees fell on them in 2 separate incidents. Others have also been injured. Destructive winds have slammed the Pacific Northwest and Canada's British Columbia. The severe weather closed down schools and left hundreds of thousands of homes without power.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, got a lot on the plate, trying to cover a lot of topics at the same time. But jumping back to, I can detect Eagle's concerns. You can hear it in his voice. With the concerns, and you see these headlines about World War III, World War III. And the only problem is, can you believe anything Vladimir Putin says? Can you believe anything Kim Jong-un says? Hell, we have our own doubts about believing anything our own administration says. Now, word this past day, right on the heels of Zelensky using the United States-supplied strategic missiles into the heart of Russia, apparently yesterday, it appears Britain has given the green light at the same time, following on the heels of the U.S. allowing Zelensky to use their, what do they call them, their Storm Shadow missiles. British-supplied Storm Shadow missiles fired into Russia for the first time, just days after Biden authorized the same shift in policy. I've seen reports that something akin to a dozen such missiles were fired. I don't know much about them. The headline, should we be worried about Putin's latest threat? Threatening the U.S. and the U.K. The saber-rattling. Now, it's largely rhetorical, according to a leading think tank. How much do they know? The U.S.-based Institute for the Study of War says Putin's more recent threats were around Western states allowing Ukraine to conduct long-range strikes into his territory. But Ukrainian forces have actually been striking what the Kremlin defines as Russian territory for a long time. They were referring to Crimea, the Russian-occupied region of Ukraine, which Moscow annexed back in 2014. Kyiv has routinely struck there with U.S.-provided missiles, as well as UK-provided Shadow Storm missiles since April of last year. This example, they say, underlined the Kremlin's application of their red lines is constantly inconsistent, undermining the overall Russian escalation narrative. They also assessed that Putin's consistently escalates the war on his own without regard to Western decisions, has constantly declined to retaliate every time Western states have deepened their support of Ukraine. Now, he noted Putin's previous threats of severe retaliation if Western states provided Ukraine with rocket artillery, tanks, warplanes, the ability to strike into Russia. Every time, he has shifted the goalpost every time the West has, they say, called his bluff. Meanwhile, there's Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un last night said the Korean Peninsula has never been so close to a nuclear war. What he described as aggressive moves from the United States in particular. Never before have the warring parties on the Korean Peninsula faced such a dangerous and acute confrontation that it could escalate into the most destructive thermonuclear war. Speaking at the state news agency, we've already gone as far as we can negotiating with the United States. But what we became certain of from the result is not that the superpowers' willingness to coexist, but its thorough stance of power and aggression and hostile policy toward us that can never change. So his comments, that literally hours after Putin made his latest comments, it's, the rhetoric, I don't know, a game of cat and mouse. Morning, Sylvester.
Hey, Steve. Okay, so I've got a lot of respect for Eagle. I love his passion. But, first off, that was not an ICBM that they fired from the Caspian Sea, or just outside of the Caspian Sea, into Dnipro, Ukraine. It was an intermediate range ballistic missile. It was not an ICBM. It was a
according to Putin, hypersonic.
Well, look, any ballistic missile that is fired and is returning to Earth from space is hypersonic.
Okay.
The Kinzhal and some of the other ones that they're talking about, which are basically the Atoshka-U that they've retrofitted so that the MiG-31s and Tu-95s can carry, those are a hypersonic missile. They've been firing those for a couple of years now. And what they found out about the Kinzhal, for example, it can be shot down. It's not that big of a deal in reality. It's a Atoshka-U that's got a booster on it that they fire from an airplane. Okay? So anyway, in saying all of that, this particular missile that they fired hit in a city, and it did hit a military target in a city. Now, like I said, this is an intermediate range ballistic missile. This is not an ICBM like what we think of ICBMs. We think of like the Titans, the Minuteman IIIs, the Tridents, the old Poseidons, and those kind of things that belong from the submarines. It's not an ICBM like what we talk about that could go anywhere in the world. The fact that it was fired from the Caspian Sea, which is in Asia, and hit in Dnipro, which is in Europe, makes it an intercontinental ballistic missile, but it is because it did happen to cross over the line of Asia and Europe.
So in saying all of that, I want to point, you've already pointed this out, what you were just saying about, I'm sitting here going, yes, exactly, Steve, exactly. Because how many red lines have there already been? There was the F-16 red line.
Mm-hmm.
There was the Abrams red line. There was the Bradley red line. There was the, et cetera. You can just keep going on. And what we continue to find out about the Russian military is Putin's mouth is much stronger than his military. And what we also found out about the Russian military is it suffers greatly from graft. The Russian oligarchs have made billions of dollars themselves, including Putin, by the way, he's one of them, on the government spending massive amounts of money on their military and them taking bits and pieces out of it. The most recent thing that I've seen was it was actually a Russian video, a Russian propaganda video, where they were going and they were looking at the tank. So they were looking at a tank that at first they weren't even sure whether or not it was Russian. It was Russian. It was a G90M. And they were talking about the reactive armor that goes on the outside of the blocks. You've seen the tanks that have got the blocks on the outside of them. Well, that's an explosive. And the way it works is a tungsten carbide round or a shaped charged round hits the side of a tank and explodes, and it causes the inner part of the tank to melt or to shatter, and it causes it to go throughout the tank, kill everybody in the tank, and destroy the tank. Well, reactive armor is an explosive, so that if one of these hits, it causes an explosion and it lessens the effect of this round, a Savit round or shaped charge round. Well, what they found, what this Russian propaganda video found, was that Russians are using actual bricks, like you build a house out of, inside of this, where reactive armor is supposed to go, right? And what they figured out, and this was analyzed later, they're finding that a lot of the things that are meant to be for the Russian military aren't to the standard like they're supposed to. For example, these bricks inside this reactive armor. Another thing that I saw very recently is how they're being sent airsoft helmets and airsoft vests that do zero for stopping around. They look good, but they do nothing because they're for airsoft. Now, is this being done intentionally? You know what? They're taking the money, they're spending it elsewhere. They're lining their pockets with it. It's very common in the Russian society. Now, the thing is, though, we don't have that much to worry about in reality with the Russian military. Now, back when I was in, the Russian, I was an anti-submarine warfare operator, and the Russian submarines were getting better. They were really, really crap back in the 70s and into the 80s. And then in the 1980s, they started getting better because of the Walker family, who gave them a bunch of our secrets. Do you remember that, Steve?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yep. So I'm not saying we've got nothing to worry about from the Russian military. I'm saying that when Putin speaks, it's BS, 90% of it. Okay? Now, I want to correct something that you said a moment ago. You made the statement we used the ATACMS missiles to fire into the heart of Russia. Those missiles have a mileage of 990 miles. Those ATACMS missiles, just over 300 kilometers. I think it's 320 kilometers. And that's not into the heart of Russia. Russia's a gigantic country. So in saying that, the furthest that they got was 190 miles into Russia. What they hit in this particular case, we fired. They were, the Ukrainians fired, I believe, 6, and at least 4 made it to their, to where they were meant to hit. And it was an armory or an arsenal that they hit previously. And again, if you listen to the Russians, all of them were shot down.
Right.
And there's video evidence of them making impact, and there's video evidence of them, causing secondary explosions.
Yes.
Now the only ATACMS that we sent the Ukraine are the cluster munition, which are mostly for large scale areas and for anti-personnel, not the heavy duty ATACMS that we have that we have the ability to use. Before I go, I want to say this, folks. Especially Eagle. Look, you're exactly right. There are 4 primary countries on this earth that we've got to watch out for. Number 1, China. Number 2, Korea. Number 3, Iran. Number 4, Russia. Russia's got most of their money and people tied up in Ukraine. I got a news for you, though. If we do not show these other countries strength and resolve to stop this, they are going to be emboldened to do something. Now, I do not support Biden. I think he's weak. I think he's done this stupidly. If anything, we should have given him a lot more and a lot faster and given him no restrictions. We have to do something to stand up against these bullies. If you remember growing up and if you had a bully that tried to do something to you, the best thing to do for that bully is to show him that you're not afraid. 2, that you're willing to strike back. And if he pushes you too far, you don't just say you're going to strike back. You do it. And if we don't do that now, and if we don't support liberty and those who are supporting our way, our allies, etc., Taiwan, South Korea, and I agree, and I believe Ukraine is one of them, and Israel against Iran. If we don't support against these regimes, there's going to be more war. It's a hell of a lot cheaper for us to send Ukraine a whole bunch of ATACMS that have already expired. We can't use them. There are hundreds of them. We could send them. They could be used, but otherwise they're just going to be destroyed, etc. We've got a lot of crap that we're just recycling or throwing away. We could send to them to solve this problem. Same thing with Taiwan. Same thing with South Korea. We need to support those countries that are standing the line so we don't have to send our people to do it. At this point in time, I don't think that we have a choice, that we're going to have an option. It's looking more and more like we're going to have to. Unfortunately, this is 1938, about to be 1939. If we appease Putin, appease Kim up there in North Korea, or Xi, or any of those Ayatollahs, if we continue to appease them, we're going to get our asses handed to us initially, like we did in 1940, 1941, but then, of course, we'll be able to win it. But how many people are going to die from that? I don't want to see it. Anyway, Steve, God bless you. God bless America. God bless our allies. And let's get the job done. Let's not show them fear. Let's show them what's right. We're show them that we're willing to stand up against them. If we don't do that, we're going to be in a fight. There's no other way around it. God bless you, brother.
Great to hear from you, Sylvester. Thank you so much.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All righty, roll it into a Friday. Morning, Pappy. What's happening out there?
What up, Steve?
Hey there.
Man, Steve, I'm looking at the clock here, and man, I don't know if I've ever asked you to hold me over. I think maybe once or twice. Well, you're going to have to hold me over, dude, because we got some things to go through here. Listen, underestimating Putin is a big mistake. I'm telling you. Sylvester's very intelligent. I respect him too, just like he said he respects Eagle's comments, but I beg to differ here, Steve.
Okay.
If anybody's been bullied in the last couple decades, it has been Russia by the United States and NATO. We have been bullying this country even before Putin was in power. When you talk about a red line, Putin made it clear that red line was Ukraine. And when Cackles gave a speech 2 weeks before Putin entered Ukraine saying that we need Ukraine and NATO, that was the red line, the last straw. Putin went in. Steve, he can't look weak amongst his people. Telling you, man, they are messing with nuclear fire here. Listen, Biden is not calling the shots, man.
Oh, right.
Stop saying
right.
Biden.
It's not Biden.
You know,
it hasn't been Biden for the last
forget
4 years.
him. He's out of the picture. Man, Steve, I'm just the whole problem here with using these missiles, and now that you accurately just said Ukraine or the UK, the Brits,
yes,
are now doing the same thing. They were probably okay. United States, you go first, and then we'll follow you. The problem with these missiles is you start launching a bunch of these missiles, Putin could mistake this as a first strike, a total war first strike against Russia. There's no communication going on here between these countries. And if he mistakes that as a first strike, it could lead to nuclear war like real quick now. And you don't need an ICBM to put a nuclear warhead on that thing. I'm telling you, these cruise missiles can carry nuclear warheads. They're not ICBMs. And if he freaks out and he thinks to the point that we keep pushing and pushing and pushing, Sylvester was right. His military is depleted. It's not what everybody might think it is. But, Steve, he's got the largest stockpile of nuclear weapons in the world.
Mm-hmm.
More than anybody else. More than China, more than us. He's got a defense agreement between North Korea, China, and Iran, just like NATO. They are going to come to his defense. Steve, once we get back from the break, I want to remind all your listeners, talked about it a couple of times in the past, how did all these hypersonic missiles come about? How did Russia get their hands on these things? How did they develop them?
It was a collaborative agreement. It wasn't on their own technology. Okay, very good. We'll pause there as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has condemned the International Criminal Court for issuing him with an arrest warrant as anti-Semitic. The ICC has also put out warrants for former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant and Hamas commander Mohammed Deif, who's believed to be dead. ICC judges say there are grounds to believe the three men are criminally responsible for crimes during the Israel-Hamas conflict. Mr. Netanyahu says he's furious.
I want to thank our many friends around the world, especially those in the United States, who've condemned this outrage and who have said that this decision will have severe consequences for the ICC and those who cooperate with its decision. Israel will not recognize the validity of this decision.
An Australian teenager and a British woman are now confirmed to have died after drinking tainted alcohol in Laos. An American and two Danish tourists also died, according to officials, after reports several people had been sickened in Vang Vieng, a Laotian town popular with backpackers. Laura Westbrook reports.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that 19-year-old Bianca Jones had died after being evacuated from Laos for treatment in a Thai hospital. Her friend, also 19, remains hospitalised in neighbouring Thailand. This is every parent's worst fear and a nightmare, he said. The British government also confirmed that a UK national had also died of suspected methanol poisoning in Laos. The victims are believed to have consumed drinks tainted with methanol. This is sometimes added to mixed drinks at disreputable, but it can cause severe poisoning and death. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Vladimir Putin suggested could be used by Russia to strike military facilities in the UK and US. It comes after Ukraine fired British-made Storm Shadow missiles into Russian territory. Indian opposition leaders are demanding the government probe the Adani Group after the US charged billionaire Gautam Adani with orchestrating a $250 million bribery scheme. Adani is one of the world's richest men and known for his close ties with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Adani Group denies the allegations and says they're baseless. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Opposition leaders in India are questioning why Adani has not been arrested yet, despite there being proof of his corruption presented by US officials. Opposition leader Rahul Gandhi has called for a pan-India probe and is also accusing Prime Minister Modi of shielding the billionaire. Meanwhile, the White House has also weighed in on the controversy, saying the crisis will not impact bilateral ties that are, quote, built on a strong foundation. But the US indictment has had a ripple effect beyond America and India, with Kenya cancelling a proposed deal to have the Adani Group expand Nairobi's international airport.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Conservationists say they believe that a species of bird previously found across mainland Europe and the Mediterranean is now extinct. The last confirmed sighting of a slender-billed curlew was nearly 30 years ago, and researchers say new analysis has concluded that with a 99.6% degree of certainty, none of the birds any longer exists.
It's the first global extinction of a species that occurred in mainland Europe ever, and it's a reflection of the threats facing biodiversity more broadly globally.
Alex Berryman of BirdLife International is a co-author of the study.
The last sighting was in northern Morocco, February 95. There's been a few claims since, but none of them have been verified. The threats that probably drove the extinction are quite difficult to pinpoint and will probably never be fully understood, but it's most likely that the extensive drainage and the destruction of bogs in western Siberia where they bred and their conversion to agricultural use, compounded with loss of coastal wetlands on the migratory and wintering grounds, and possibly also some impact of hunting, particularly towards the end.
The slender-billed curlew was a wading bird. Researchers say thousands of square miles of territory where the species was routinely found have turned up no evidence that the curlew still exists. And ornithologists fear it will not be the last species to disappear in Europe.
To recap the top stories, Benjamin Netanyahu's condemned the ICC for issuing him with an arrest warrant. An Australian teenager and a British woman are now known to have died after drinking tainted alcohol in Laos. Vladimir Putin suggested ballistic missiles could be used by Russia to strike military facilities in the UK and the US. And Indian opposition leaders are demanding the government probe the Adani Group after the US charged billionaire Gautam Adani over a $250 million bribery scheme. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
crank it back up there on a Friday morning, 22nd of November. All right, as we roll toward the weekend, we got us Friday. And let me get back to all right, there you go. Click of the mouse. There he is. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Thanks, Steve. So Putin launches one of his own hypersonic missiles there, and they went, Putin's escalating things. Oh, my God, Steve. The United States, Brits, pretty much attack Russia. Steve, make no mistake about it. We're at war with Russia. This is World War III. It just hasn't gone nuclear yet. Steve, my big worry is when I talk about these globalists and they want this one world order, one world government, people got to accept this as fact. In the past, you had, Napoleon wanted to take over the world. Hitler wanted to control the world. There's psycho, satanic entities out here that have this in mind. And my worry is that they are like this controlling, possessive boyfriend, right? Totally controls this female, controls everything she does, accuses her of cheating on him if she walks out to the mailbox, finally gets to the point where she's going to leave him, and he's like, if I can't have you, nobody will. He ends up killing her and then killing himself. And I'm worried these globalists are going to be like, if we can't have it,
nobody can.
No one is. Let's just nuke them all. We're in a serious situation here, and I'm surely praying that Trump is in talks with Putin and telling him to just chill out. Don't fall for this. Just chill out. We'll work this out. See, these hypersonic missiles, man. I want to go back to the Skokovo project. I know you remember me talking about this, but back when Obama's first term, way back when, Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, a bunch of these high-tech companies got together and wanted to form their own little Silicon Valley. Over 20 companies, high-tech, they wanted to do R&D research and all this stuff, and it was all supposed to be innocent and everything, and it was going to be based in Skokovo, Russia. Well, Hillary Clinton came out in support of this Skokovo project, and as a result, this thing got off the ground and started. Come to find out, 18 out of the 24 companies involved donated a lot of money to the Clinton Foundation. Steve, come to find out, this was a massive spy campaign between Russia and China. Once they got their paws inside these companies, they were able to hack and steal sensitive information that was in these companies. Some of these companies were dealing with military operations. They hacked, stole a bunch of information, and as a result, they were able to develop these hypersonic missiles. So we pretty much just handed them the blueprints to this stuff, and thank you, Mrs. Clinton. let's talk about Bill Gates real quick, Steve, and I'll try to get off of here. Listen, I'm beginning to think this was all done by design. I know Grump made a comment, Steve, you don't think that Trump knew that the left, Steve, they are still playing hardball. They are not backing down. All these hearings, it don't matter who he nominates. It's going to be the Kavanaugh hearings all over again.
Right.
They knew that the left was going to melt down over Gates, which they did. They knew that this investigation hearing was going on. Steve, he was cleared. He was not criminally charged. Neither is Hedgestep. None of these people were criminally charged. They are going to do whatever they can to slander. Steve, you're not going to find anybody in D.C., right? Because they're all swamp. They're all corrupt. You're not going to find anybody that doesn't have something that they can't be maybe blackmailed for. Maybe it's not even criminal. A little quest ethics, unethical maybe, yeah.
Well, real quick to interject on that point, if the tables were turned and it were someone on the left accused of something and the Republicans were wanting that information released, why is Johnson and why are they refusing to just release? If there's nothing to hide, why not release the report,
I don't know if there's rules that once a senator that the investigation has not been released because the senator is no longer, he resigned or whatever. I don't know if there's rules saying now that results cannot be released to the public. I don't know.
Okay.
But Steve, they're going to leak it if they
right.
They'll leak
right.
it. They don't care.
Okay.
Right? And listen, the Republicans would do the same damn thing. They're all freaking corrupt, man.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. My point is they're still playing hardball. We can't back down to them people. We need to confirm whoever Trump wants. Listen, man, they're thinking this through. They got a plan. Steve, this new attorney, have you ever seen some of her little pressers on the court steps after some of these court hearings that Trump's had to go through?
She's going to be a tough one. She's going to stand up, yes.
She might be tougher than Gates. And she's easy to look at, too. They're going to have a hard time pouncing on her like they would Gates. This could have been all by design, just to say, look, Trump could come out and say, listen, it don't matter who I appoint. You guys are not going to try to confirm them. They knew this was in the tables. So, listen, I'm just speculating here. But I wouldn't put it past them that this was all in the plan. And like I said, Steve, Jesus Christ is not working in D.C. You're not going to find anybody that has nothing behind them where somebody could come out, make false allegations, even if they are some of the allegations there might be truth to. Steve, you can have sex in Ohio with a 16-year-old? You know that?
I was not aware of that, no. I always heard 16 will get you 20.
Steve, you just turned 60 years old, and it's totally legal to have consensual sex with a 16-year-old in Ohio. It's not 18. It's 16.
I didn't know that.
So, could the Senate say that's a little unethical? Yeah, sure they can. Was it criminal? Nope.
Unless the 16-year-old comes back after the fact and changes their mind and says it wasn't consensual. And then you got the he said, she said.
Well, then you got a criminal investigation, right? If there's a criminal investigation done and they don't have enough probable cause to make an arrest, it's unfounded. Steve, man, listen, man, in my 32 years, the amount of stuff I have seen where people have walked into the station, made accusations, right, against somebody, and it's totally false. This lady came into the district about 15 years ago. Steve, she even set up the crime scene, man. She drove her car up to Claremont County at this Fifth Third Bank parking lot, parked her car there. She's 35 miles from home. Claimed this guy picked her up, raped her in the parking lot up there at the Fifth Third Bank. Come to find out, I had to go pick this guy up and bring him up to the district for questioning. Come to find out, 30 years ago when they were in high school, he dated her and broke up with her, and she held a grudge ever since.
Wow.
And after 30 years, she decided she was going to get even with him and totally make up the whole thing. That's Steve, I could go through numerous stories like that. Guy lost his money at the casino. Had to go home, tell his mom, Mom, I got robbed. I don't have the rent money. It was all false. He lost his money at the casino. He didn't get robbed. Steve, the Republicans have to stand strong here. We have to confirm these people. We just have to have some trust here that if Trump gets somebody appointed and they don't do something right, fire them. Get them out. Get somebody new in there. I think he's got a plan. And we just need to not back down and let some of the rhinos, we're going to fall in line with the Democrats. We're not going to vote to nominate this guy. We didn't win the House and the Senate for nothing. It's full steam ahead. Put the hammer down and let's get this done. How many Republicans up in D.C. are actually Democrats, Steve? But there's no Democrats that are Republicans. The ones that are starting to open their eyes and see what's really going on, like Tulsi Gabbard and JFK, or RFK rather, Jr., they'll come out and tell you, you people are nuts. We're leaving the party and joining the Republican Party. All right, that's all I got. I took enough of your time.
Very interesting. I think
I'm telling you right now.
Well, they're gonna go after Hegseth, like you said. Let's go ahead. I mean, most of you probably haven't heard, and of course, if you're watching like the mainstream, the CNNs, ABC, CBS, whatever, they're saying that Pete Hegseth's accusations of rape back in 2007, sexual assault. According to the full breakdown, the woman told police she was assaulted in 2017, saying that he blocked the door at the hotel room and refused to let her out. According to the investigative report that was made public earlier this week, Hegseth told police at the time that the encounter had been consensual, denied any wrongdoing, and that's what back in 2017 is what they actually said, okay, there were never any charges. But the allegations resurface, and local officials released a brief statement confirming that a woman had accused him of sexual assault after he had spoken at a Republican women's event in Monterey. Now, the 22-page police report was released in response to a public records request and offers the detailed account of what the woman alleged to have transpired. It is at odds with Hegseth's version of the events, which is always the case. The report cited police interviews with the alleged victim, a nurse who treated her, a hotel staffer, another woman at the event, and Hegseth. They did not release her name. All right, a spokeswoman for the Trump transition said Thursday that the report corroborates that Mr. Hegseth attorneys have said all along. It was fully investigated. No charges were filed because police found the allegations to be false. Now they say, well, the report doesn't say police found the allegations were false. Investigators were first alerted to the alleged assault by a nurse who called him after a patient requested a sexual assault exam. The patient told personnel she believed she was assaulted like 5 days earlier, but couldn't remember much about what happened. Something may have happened. Something may have been slipped into her drink before she ended up in the hotel room where she believed the assault occurred. Police collected the unwashed dress and underwear she had worn that night. According to the report, the woman's partner, who was staying at the hotel with her, told police she was worried about her that night after she didn't come back to the room at 2 o'clock in the morning. He went to the hotel bar, but she wasn't there. She made it back a few hours later, apologizing that she must have fallen asleep. And then a few days later, she tells him she thinks she might have been sexually assaulted. The woman who helped organize the California Federation of Republican Women gathering, at which Hegseth spoke at the time, told police she had witnessed the television anchor acting inappropriately throughout the night. She texted a friend that he was giving off a creeper vibe, according to the report. After the event, the woman and others attended an after-party in a hotel suite where she said she confronted Hegseth, telling him she didn't appreciate how he treated women. Now, a group of people, including Hegseth and the woman, decamped for the hotel's bar. That's when things got fuzzy, she says. She remembered having a drink at the bar with Hegseth and others. She also told police she argued with Hegseth near the hotel pool, an account that was supported by a hotel staffer who was sent to handle the disturbance and spoke to police. Soon, she told police she was inside a hotel room with Hegseth, who took her phone and blocked the door with his body so she couldn't leave. Now, she can remember this, but she can't remember anything else. She told police she remembers saying not a lot. Her next memory was lying on a couch or a bed she couldn't remember, with Hegseth hovering over her, bare-chested, his dog tags dangling over her. After he finished, she recalls him asking if she was okay. See, it's very, very spotty. Things she can and can't remember. She told police she didn't recall how she got back to her own hotel room. She remembers him asking in the hotel, "Are you okay?" But she can't remember getting, at the time of the alleged assault, Hegseth, they say, was going through a divorce with his second wife. She filed for divorce after he had a child with a Fox News reporter who is now his wife. His first marriage ended in 2009, also after infidelity, according to the court records. Hegseth said he attended an after-party, drank beer, did not consume liquor, acknowledged being buzzed but not drunk, said he met the woman at the hotel bar. She led him by the arm back to his hotel room, which surprised him because he initially had no intention of having sex with her. Told investigators the sexual encounter that followed was consensual, adding that he explicitly asked more than once if she was comfortable. He said in the morning the woman showed early signs of regret, and he assured her he wouldn't tell anyone about their encounter. And that to me sounds odd because supposedly, was she at his room in the morning, or did she go back to her? She doesn't remember how she got back to her hotel room. Now, this is what investigators have to look at. So ultimately, no charges were filed. How does this payment come into place? Hegseth's attorney said a payment was made to the woman as part of a confidential settlement a few years after the police investigation because Hegseth was concerned that she was prepared to file a lawsuit that he feared could have resulted in his being fired from Fox News, where he had become a popular host. They did not reveal the amount of the payment, but so for a woman that can't remember much of anything, but it's amazing how she can remember things that nothing else surrounding it. All right. Is she just now coming out with these allegations? Well, in 2017, apparently she took a payment. It's kind of like, turn the page, Stormy Daniels Part 2. Took a payment for whatever it was, a confidentiality statement. When did she first make this allegation? Just recently, now that he's nominated? Yes, she just resurfaced now after his nomination for defense secretary. All this was done and over with. As he continued on from 2017, all these years as a host at Fox News, suddenly this guy has been nominated. I need to tell my story. And isn't that the way it works, right, in these circles? And it sounds just like a Justice Kavanaugh scenario repeat.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's condemned the International Criminal Court for issuing him with an arrest warrant as anti-Semitic. The ICC's also put out warrants for former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant and Hamas commander Mohammed Deif, who's believed to be dead. ICC judges say there are grounds to believe the three men are criminally responsible for crimes during the Israel-Hamas conflict. Mr. Netanyahu says he's furious.
I want to thank our many friends around the world, especially those in the United States, who've condemned this outrage and who have said that this decision will have severe consequences for the ICC and those who cooperate with its decision. Israel will not recognize the validity of this decision.
An Australian teenager and a British woman are now confirmed to have died after drinking tainted alcohol in Laos. An American and two Danish tourists also died, according to officials, after reports several people had been sickened in Vang Vieng, a Laotian town popular with backpackers. Laura Westbrook reports.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that 19-year-old Bianca Jones had died after being evacuated from Laos for treatment in a Thai hospital. Her friend, also 19, remains hospitalised in neighbouring Thailand. This is every parent's worst fear and a nightmare, he said. The British government also confirmed that a UK national had also died of suspected methanol poisoning in Laos. The victims are believed to have consumed drinks tainted with methanol. This is sometimes added to mixed drinks at disreputable bars as a cheaper alternative to ethanol, but it can cause severe poisoning and death. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Vladimir Putin suggested ballistic missiles could be used by Russia to strike military facilities in the UK and US. It comes after Ukraine fired British-made Storm Shadow missiles into Russian territory. Indian opposition leaders are demanding the government probe the Adani Group after the US charged billionaire Gautam Adani with orchestrating a $250 million bribery scheme. Adani is one of the world's richest men and known for his close ties with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Adani Group denies the allegations and says they're baseless. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Opposition leaders in India are questioning why Adani has not been arrested yet, despite there being proof of his corruption presented by US officials. Opposition leader Rahul Gandhi has called for a pan-India probe and is also accusing Prime Minister Modi of shielding the billionaire. Meanwhile, the White House has also weighed in on the controversy, saying the crisis will not impact bilateral ties that are, quote, built on a strong foundation. But the US indictment has had a ripple effect beyond America and India, with Kenya cancelling a proposed deal to have the Adani Group expand Nairobi's international airport.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Serta for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, one thing's for certain, I'm not a private investigator, I'm not a professional investigator, but just based on the example Pappy gave a few minutes ago, doesn't that story sound very, very similar? Yeah, you got a woman who has an alibi in the fact that she texted a friend that this particular guy's putting off a creepy vibe. And she's got a witness that can corroborate she was arguing with him. Yeah, out by the pool at the hotel. But then she goes to the bar and has a drink with him. And his story is she leads him back to the room by the arm. Which, he was surprised by that. Now, did they actually have an argument out there by the pool? It just sounds made up to me. There's a lot of crazy people out there, and obviously, I mean, he was if you got a special speaker there, you know, somebody that's got some money. You know, women will do strange things to get some cash, if you know what I mean. Monkey Gouger, welcome back.
But I'm going to tell you something. It just keeps on going and going and going. You look at what they done to Herman Cain.
Yeah.
Remember when Herman was running, they got all these women to come forward, and then after it was over with, and they got him knocked out, they're running to come forward, and all them women told a damn lie. You remember that fiasco?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, sir.
I mean, and let's go way back into politics. Let's go to when that Donald Rice deal come up with that guy that was running for president out of California. You know, she ruined him, ruined his political career just tenfold. You know, I mean, this stuff has got out of hand. What about the slush fund up yonder they got for the senators and the House of Representatives? You know, this is just way too convenient just to pop up all of a sudden. You know, it just amazes me. But, Steve, when I call back in, folks, we can talk a little trucking for a minute.
Yes.
About 2 weeks before the election, I had went to one of those $100 Republican fundraiser deals, and they had all the big wheels, all the heavy hitters for this one guy we were supporting. And the other guy that was up there that was running in the district beside us, we didn't think he had a chance. But, you know, I threw some money his way, you know, to show good faith. And we were sitting there talking, and a good friend of mine that's he's attached to the 5th District. He said, Jim, I want to ask you a question. I talked to him. He said, what about this truck driver shortage deal? I said, that's the biggest bull crap to ever come down the pipe. And everybody said, what? I said, yeah, they lying. There ain't no truck driver shortage. I said, that's all made up by the ATA to get these Visa ones and all these people in here to drive, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, this is what gets me out of this whole deal. Now, I seen a deal in Dallas Monday morning. Fella couldn't talk no English. Not only couldn't talk no English, hell, he couldn't drive, couldn't back up. And I said, it says in the Green Book, that every truck driver must interpret the English language, speak it, and read it. And they said, well, what happened? I said, well, the CBSA come in and said that to relax the laws on it. And I said, I don't understand why y'all are letting this people get away with this when it's federal law. And the other thing is, why does every airline pilot in the world have to speak the English language? And they said, well, that's a good one. We didn't even know nothing about that.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, it's in the Green Book. I said, I'll send all of you a copy of it. I said, the other thing that gets me is, why does we have to pay $50 to file a fuel tax, highway heavy use tax, to pay $550 to government when it's costing us $600 now? I said, why are we having to pay for that? We should be able to walk in that Internal Revenue Office and pay them and not have to go through this bull crap. They said, we're going to check in on that. And they said, well, what's the big pushing issue in trucking? I said, parking. Parking, we need help on parking. And they said, well, we've been hearing that. What can we do? I said, you know, what you need to do is go out there to Nebraska and look at what they did to help alleviate some of it. I said, they went out there on a piece of land that was owned by the federal government, put gravel down. You could probably park 200 trucks in there, 150. Put some lighting up in there, trash cans. And I said, that's what they did. I said, you can eliminate this parking plan just real easy. All you got to do is use the land that the federal government's got aside the interstate system, like Nebraska, and it won't cost no. I said, y'all done spent over $25 million on these studies about this truck parking, Jason's Law. And I said, that happened right here in South Carolina. That guy was killed 40 miles from here. Oh, we don't know nothing about it. I mean, what in the hell is going on up there in Washington? I said, the other thing that I want to bring to your attention, I hope when Donald gets up there, that he don't forget the independent owner-operators and the owners of 6 trucks or less that are the backbone to this country. And they said, well, what do you mean by that? I said, every night, owners of 6 trucks or less tote 75% of the freight in this country. And all of them's eyeballs got big as saucers. Said, what? I said, yeah. And I said, I hope that I ain't seen the first one of these ATA companies flying any banners, any stickers, or anything promoting Trump. It's all been the independents that done it, or the owners of 6 trucks or less, or the one that's been throwing the heavy support behind Trump. And so when y'all get up there, I wish y'all would put that in his ear for us. And they say, well, we'll pass it on. But I mean, Steve, you look at the people that had Trump signs on their trucks and stuff. They got vandalized. They got threatened. Everything. But I didn't see none of them ATA companies doing any of it. Did you?
They're probably prohibited from putting anything on their trucks, right? We're not allowed to do that.
Yeah. That's probably what happened. You know, but I mean, I ain't seen a Warner truck with a Trump sign. I ain't seen a Creek trailer carried with a Trump sign. None of them. None of these Teamsters trucks. I didn't see none of them flying nothing on their trucks. But anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I just want to jump in there and mention that.
And real quick, like on the ATA, interesting how the guy had offered him $50,000 I get to an organization of their choice to actually come in and let's have a discussion, a debate about the shortage. 2 and 3 offers, and they won't talk about it.
Oh no, And what brought this to my attention when you were reading the news tonight that OOIDA had really hit a big deal up there in that deal at Chattanooga.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I mean, we've had our differences over there. I dropped my membership there for about 5 years, but I'm gonna tell you something. They went a new direction now. They got some new people up there in Louis Trine, and I joined back up. I become a live member. They the only people that we got that fighting for us. And I urge everybody, if you're not a member, give them a look. Look at them. They're making some changes up there, and I like them. I like what they're doing. It's kind of like a whole deal since Jim Johnson got out of there, but you're starting to see them. They fighting like hell for us, and we could use all the support we could get. Because, like I say, they the only ones we got fighting for us up there now. So I'm gonna back on out of here and let somebody else get in here.
Hey, good to hear from you, Gouger. Thank you so much. I promised we'd get to other discussions there at the Future of Freight Festival. A light approach to regulations, probably reduced regulations, eliminated regulations, big tax cuts will be a boon for the trucking industry under a Trump presidency. Let's see. Who you got? This Perry guy that was speaking. Noel Perry, the freight economist. He said we're in an extraordinarily risky environment right now. Whatever you say about the politics of Donald Trump, his management style is volatile and therefore risky. It may give better outcomes, but it's risky. Now, he's the economist at truckstop.com and principal at the consultancy Transport Futures. The trucking supply and pricing situation is a mess right now. The geopolitical situation is the worst that I've experienced since back in the Vietnam days. And the demand side of the economy, it's rather lackluster. Consumers have been overbuying for a long time. My message to my customers is you need to be prudent for the next couple of years because all the risks could be on the downside. The Trump administration is going to likely water down the EPA's rulemaking on greenhouse emission standards for heavy-duty trucks, kill plans to require engines be equipped with a device to control the speed limiter, yes. California's AB 5 law that reclassifies many independent drivers as employees will also spread more slowly to other states. Now, Perry, who went to school with Trump at the University of Pennsylvania, the late 1960s, said the president-elect will quickly move to extend the 2017 tax cuts from his first presidency, which will stimulate the economy for about 18 months, generating more freight for the carriers. The Trump administration's positive effects on trucking, he believes, comes with a hidden downside, attracting more mom-and-pop truckers into a saturated market. Less regulation may make it easier to operate day-to-day, but that's only going to be feeding into a bit of an oversupply because regulations in general are barriers to entry that advantage the larger trucking companies. Tax cuts present the same dilemma. After the 2017 cuts, a massive number of small truckload carriers went out of business because there were too many companies fighting for available business despite increased demand. The short-term gains feel good. That's what leads to a lot of people entering the truckload market like they did during COVID and then oversaturating the market. That is one caveat, I think, in the near term. Although the freight cycle is slowly trending upward, he said carriers must be careful in planning equipment purchases because the risk of an economic downturn raises dramatically by the middle of 2026. Both experts said an unforeseen event, such as a pandemic or a natural disaster, could hasten a potential recession. They also agreed there won't be much of a peak shipping cycle for the holidays because retailers since the pandemic have been using the summer months to stock inventory for their big sale events rather than risking delays by the shipping from Asia in the third and fourth quarters. The whole cycle has changed. Peak season is not a demand-side driven event. That's a big misconception. If you look at the data, you'll see that demand actually declines during the month of December. It's also down in early January compared to the beginning of July. The difference is the shipper's sense of urgency at the end of the year has increased exponentially because you have holidays. You have an end of another quarter. You have an end of another fiscal year. They've got to get their goods moving to protect revenue. Plus, drivers take vacations. Carriers boundary all their drivers within a 500-mile radius so they get home time. That's the natural peak season mechanism. It's not that we necessarily have this huge amount of freight moving, but more of a supply-side constriction. All right. Right now, he said, carriers are rejecting more loads and spot rates are increasing right now. But a lot of interesting trucking discussions this week there in Chattanooga.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Yes, indeed. On a Friday, TGIF. Let me get to Carl. Morning, Carl. Wait a minute. Better click the mouse again there. He didn't pick. There you go. Let's try again. Morning, Carl.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, thank you for taking my call. Yes, the truck driving industry is got a lot of problems, and that's just one of them. Naming off the supposed driver shortage. These companies mainly they try to get rid of drivers, and that's the problem. They abuse their drivers, and they don't treat them right. Okay, and so that's a big deal. You know, and that's why that they have revolving doors at their facilities. As soon as they're hiring drivers, there's other ones leaving at the same time. So all they're doing is just changing their faces. And it's just really a problem that this industry has always had in the 29 years that I've been in it. I've noticed it everywhere I've been. And it's just not going to change, apparently. But getting to what I called about, there's something else I want to say about Indiana. I believe they're going to be the sports talk of the week after they finish up with Ohio State at the Horseshoe. I think Indiana is going to win this game. And I believe it's not going to be a super powerful display or anything like that, but Indiana's just going to win the game. I have an idea that that's going to happen at the Horseshoe.
Okay.
And probably maybe by about 3, probably. Yep. But getting to Pam Bondi, I would, if I was doing the Senate interview of questioning Pam Bondi there, I'd probably have to ask for a standing ovation because she's probably the best-looking Attorney General nominee that we've ever had in the United States. But overall, she's just wonderful as far as that goes, and as well as intelligent. She's just intelligent woman, and I believe that he's made a great appointment nominee here. But going on with Pete Hegseth, we could talk probably an hour or two about different situations where men have been involved with women and they had a couple of drinks and then all of a sudden somebody's going to a hotel room, it just doesn't make any sense why she would come up with this after he's being nominated for important position.
Right.
You know, except for the fact is, you know, she just wanting to get some kind of press, and there it is. You know, that she all of a sudden remembers this incident that happened there, and she's just wanting to bring light to it. You know, and maybe get more money. He's already paid her off once. You know, and I mean, I just don't get it about these stories that we hear all the time. But my criteria for something for a position in government would be patriotism, common sense, and then the getting rid of the wokeism that came up. You know, that's my three criteria there that I would just, you know, I'd have to have all three of those. I'd have to have the patriotism, the common sense, and then go with the what are we going to do to get rid of this wokeism, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the main issues, in my opinion, as to what we need to do in this government, because it's everywhere, about the wokeism in particular. And then you come up with patriotism. People like AOC and the Squad, they don't meet that criteria. The patriotism is not there.
If anything, they're more of an anti-USA. They're socialist promoters. But we got to hold the thought there. We got to pause.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's condemned the International Criminal Court for issuing him with an arrest warrant as anti-Semitic. The ICC's also put out warrants for former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant and Hamas commander Mohammed Deif, who's believed to be dead. ICC judges say there are grounds to believe the three men are criminally responsible for crimes during the Israel-Hamas conflict. Mr. Netanyahu says he's furious.
I want to thank our many friends around the world, especially those in the United States, who've condemned this outrage and who have said that this decision will have severe consequences for the ICC and those who cooperate with its decision. Israel will not recognize the validity of this decision.
An Australian teenager and a British woman are now confirmed to have died after drinking tainted alcohol in Laos. An American and 2 Danish tourists also died, according to officials, after reports several people had been sickened in Vang Vieng, a Laotian town popular with backpackers. Laura Westbrook reports.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that 19-year-old Bianca Jones had died after being evacuated from Laos for treatment in a Thai hospital. Her friend, also 19, remains hospitalised in neighbouring Thailand. This is every parent's worst fear and a nightmare, he said. The British government also confirmed that a UK national had also died of suspected methanol poisoning in Laos. The victims are believed to have consumed drinks tainted with methanol. This is sometimes added to mixed drinks at disreputable, but it can cause severe poisoning and death. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Vladimir Putin suggested could be used by Russia to strike military facilities in the UK and US. It comes after Ukraine fired British-made Storm Shadow missiles into Russian territory. Indian opposition leaders are demanding the government probe the Adani Group after the US charged billionaire Gautam Adani with orchestrating a $250 million bribery scheme. Adani is one of the world's richest men and known for his close ties with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Adani Group denies the allegations and says they're baseless. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Opposition leaders in India are questioning why Adani has not been arrested yet, despite there being proof of his corruption presented by US officials. Opposition leader Rahul Gandhi has called for a pan-India probe and is also accusing Prime Minister Modi of shielding the billionaire. Meanwhile, the White House has also weighed in on the controversy, saying the crisis will not impact bilateral ties that are, quote, built on a strong foundation. But the US indictment has had a ripple effect beyond America and India, with Kenya cancelling a proposed deal to have the Adani Group expand Nairobi's international airport.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Conservationists say they believe that a species of bird previously found across mainland Europe and the Mediterranean is now extinct. The last confirmed sighting of a slender-billed curlew was nearly 30 years ago, and researchers say new analysis has concluded that with a 99.6% degree of certainty, none of the birds any longer exists.
It's the first global extinction of a species that occurred in mainland Europe ever, and it's a reflection of the threats facing biodiversity more broadly globally.
Alex Berryman of BirdLife International is a co-author of the study.
The last sighting was in northern Morocco, February 95. There's been a few claims since, but none of them have been verified. The threats that probably drove the extinction are quite difficult to pinpoint and will probably never be fully understood. But it's most likely that the extensive drainage and the destruction of bogs in western Siberia where they bred and their conversion to agricultural use, compounded with loss of coastal wetlands on the migratory and wintering grounds, and possibly also some impact of hunting, particularly towards the end.
The slender-billed curlew was a wading bird. Researchers say thousands of square miles of territory where the species was routinely found have turned up no evidence that the curlew still exists. And ornithologists fear it will not be the last species to disappear in Europe.
To recap the top stories, Benjamin Netanyahu's condemned the ICC for issuing him with an arrest warrant. An Australian teenager and a British woman are now known to have died after drinking tainted alcohol in Laos. Vladimir Putin suggested ballistic missiles could be used by Russia to strike military facilities in the UK and the US. And Indian opposition leaders are demanding the government probe the Adani Group after the US charged billionaire Gautam Adani over a $250 million bribery scheme. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, as we get that final hour underway, Pam Bondi. All right, Bondi, a partner at Ballard Partners, the lobbying firm. It's been run by Trump's incoming chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and whose founder, Brian Ballard, is a top Trump fundraiser. She is the co-chair of the Law and Justice Division at the America First Policy Institute, which has been linked to a Trump administration in waiting, a longtime Trump ally after he was elected in 2016. Her name was actually floated then for various jobs in the administration, but it never panned out. She appears more likely to have an easier path to confirmation versus Matt Gaetz. All right, what do we know about Bondi? She was the Florida's first female attorney general, 2011 to 2019, first woman to hold the office. She initiated the state's litigation against opioid manufacturers, which was ultimately settled after she left office. She left office because of term limits and worked for Trump's transition team after his first victory. She has a close relationship with Laura Trump, the president-elect's daughter-in-law, who is chair of the Republican National Committee. The two campaigned together against a ban on dog racing in the state. Let's see. Bondi advocated for Laura Trump to be the replacement for Senator Marco Rubio, who Trump picked for Secretary of State. Now, she assisted Trump in his first impeachment trial as a senior advisor and lawyer, making the rounds on television to help his case. That was the charges of abusing his power and obstructing congressional investigation that the Senate acquitted him of. She nixed what they call the Trump University fraud case. News emerged that Trump paid a $2,500 fine because his foundation improperly donated $25,000 to Bondi's political election committee in 2013. Before her office opted not to pursue a fraud investigation into Trump University, Trump eventually paid $25 million to settle those complaints against the now defunct university. Bondi was actually involved in a custody battle with Hurricane Katrina victims over a St. Bernard that she adopted in 2005. After the dog was separated from the family during the storm, the family, they say, had been trying to find the dog, and Bondi refused to return him. She accused the family of neglecting the animal that they denied. Ultimately, the family sued, and the dispute lasted like 16 months until they settled before trial. Bondi ultimately returned the dog to the family with food and medication. What we know about Pam Bondi. All right, welcome back, Carl.
Yes, Steve. Thank you for bringing me back there. Pam Bondi, intelligent woman. She knows what she's doing. She's been there before. She's done all the attorney general work in the state of Florida. She already has a plan laid out to help protect Trump. during this next administration here, and I believe she will be confirmed pretty easily.
Yeah.
Unless the Democrats can come up with some sort of a allegation somewhere about her. I don't know. They're going to have something to say about it, I'm sure. But I just don't get the idea that the Democrats have that they can't even be patriotic towards this country. They can't even get rid of things like wokeism, and they can't have common sense. It just doesn't make any sense at all with what they do. But Matt Gaetz, though, in particular, okay, he really has had too many issues there. He's skirting around with the Hunter Biden type of allegations there, and it's really too bad. I think Trump was using him as a chess piece to get to Pam Bondi, actually, and so I believe that's what he was doing, just to expose. Trump is the exposer. He's the great exposer. He exposes people, the Republicans in particular, about what they have to say about certain things. And he comes up and he this information about rhinos and the ones that's really got a problem with Trump, basically. And he exposes all of that. But getting to Putin here, Putin is something to be worried about, okay? Because he could actually make a mistake with one of these missiles here. He could actually do something that maybe he isn't making the mistake in particular, but his military will make the mistake by, the way we've seen them fly around our pilots up in the air.
Sure.
And they get really close, something like that could happen during all of this mess that's going on. One of his pilots could accidentally pull the trigger on one of our pilots, okay? And accidentally, okay? And, shoot one of our pilots out of the sky, okay? So what are we going to do when that happens? What are we going to do when we have an accident with a passenger airliner going down over an ocean somewhere because a missile was fired accidentally by somebody? Okay? These things can happen very easily. And during this time of peak awareness and everything's going on, mistakes can happen everywhere.
Yes.
And even we can make a mistake doing something silly, and we know that Biden is doing silly things all the time. Yeah, he's not pulling the whole string, but he's got a lot to do with it. Because he is the president of the United States, as a matter of fact, and he does. If he's not carrying the nuclear football, then who is?
Good question.
And we've got to know that there is something happening, in particular with the president of the United States, and it's wrong and it's rotten to the core. And when he had Trump there at the meeting in the White House, I knew that he had something up his sleeve, and he's doing more things here, or maybe it's not him, maybe it is somebody else that's causing more people, caravans, you mentioned that earlier, coming in. He's supplying the Ukraine with these missiles to fire deep into Russia. Things are happening here that shouldn't be happening.
He was grinning like the Cheshire Cat at that meeting, and that's That raised a number of eyebrows. I mean, I'm grinning from ear to ear, talking about a smooth transition. I didn't get back to the rest of the story. Carl, thank you so much. In regards to this administration, no, they're not making it for a smooth transition. Just announced this past day they're making significant policy changes, that is the Biden-Harris administration, ahead of Trump's inauguration, in an apparent effort to obstruct the incoming administration's deportation plans. New York Post reporting this past day, Joe Biden is in a rush to roll out new policies that would ease restrictions on illegal aliens. They're going to try to put up as many roadblocks and obstacles and throw as many grenades as they can out their way. On the way out, now, the Biden administration reportedly gearing up to launch an immigration and customs enforcement mobile app in New York City in early December. The ICE portal is designed to allow illegals to check in remotely through the mobile app rather than appearing in person at their local ICE office. Homeland Security sources are concerned this glitchy, unreliable mobile app will allow illegals to evade federal authorities. The administration is pushing forward with the expedited launch despite extreme issues with the portal during pilot program testing. Now, during in-person check-ins, ICE agents review an individual's past arrests, check for outstanding warrants, a process that the administration's mobile app will not replicate. Also, during those appearances, illegal aliens are required to provide proof of their current address. Further, the app is reportedly not compatible with Android phones. When accessed by computer, the portal does not collect GPS location information. While accessing via phone, it does collect location data. Yeah, that information is gathered for only 7 days, they say. Source tells the Post, we need that information, that if these people don't go to court, they have absconded. They have a final order of removal. We need that data to go start looking for people. The initial rollout will reportedly be extended to up to 100,000 illegal aliens. In another move to undermine Trump's immigration crackdown, the Biden administration is also aiming to allow illegals to dispute federal government orders for electronic tracking. Location monitoring devices, such as an ankle bracelet, that are provided to individuals through the Alternatives to Detention program while they're awaiting immigration hearings. It gives the alien the ability to get off the program entirely, apparently. Another source said what it's doing is creating a whole lot of burdensome administrative paperwork justifying what they're doing now. I can tell you a lot of employees will just look at this as too much work. Most cases, they'll just terminate them from the program and not have to go through the appeal process. They reported experts are concerned that Trump's attempts to revert these last-minute Biden initiatives could be delayed due to procedural obstacles and could potentially face legal challenges. The former acting Customs and Border Protection Commissioner, Mark Morgan, says the Biden administration is an obstructionist transition, the opposite of a peaceful transition of power that was promised to Trump. What they're trying to do in the very last final day, they're going to try to put up as many roadblocks and obstacles, throw as many grenades as they can on their way out the door. They did not get a response from ICE, from the New York Post, but I'm not surprised. All right, Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the hotshot secret nation and the great product of Staybill. 45 today, Fort Wayne, about the same Sterling Heights. as we kick off a Friday, but we are expecting some sunshine. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Go Hoosiers! Take out those Buckeyes! That's going to be the big one this weekend. Now, you would think that matchup would have been like the prime time, 7:30, 8 o'clock start in the evening. That's a high noon kickoff, just getting the day started. What would be game of the week to me? All right, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil this morning. Steve in Columbus. Hello, Steve, all the listeners. It's the best day of the week. Just got to get through one more route before we get the weekend started. Nothing planned here, which is how we like it. The coffee's hot, the car's warmed up. I suppose it's time to head into town and see what the day brings.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
Okay, on a Friday, it looks like we got the Getaway Man on board. How we doing, Getaway?
We're good. How about you, Steve?
Well, TGIF Friday, it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
No doubt, TGIF. All right, what I called to talk about, Steve, I got a couple of things, but since Gouger called in, I've added one more. Because Gouger made a lot of great points, and I'd like to expound upon that just a wee bit. Gouger was 101% right about everything he said. Our government has managed to waste $25 million on a study, concerning the truck parking issue. Maybe if they'd have spent that $25 million a little more wisely, like actually building safe, an extra truck parking for us, I wouldn't be forced to have to make this next comment. And this next comment is, Gouger mentioned a man that was killed about 40 miles, I don't know from where he lives or his state capital or whatever. Uh-huh. I want to bring up that man's name because I never forgot it all these years. It's one of my lesser memory. That man's name was Jason Rivenberg from upstate New York. Never mind what you think about New York. This was a working man with a pregnant wife and one child on the ground. And Jason Rivenberg was trying to deliver to the scumbags of Food Lion food markets, whom I do not deliver to anymore since they managed to assist graciously in the slaughter of Jason Rivenberg because he arrived several hours early for his delivery appointment. Instead of letting them park safely on his property, they forced him to park down the road knowing they were in a bad neighborhood. And so he goes down the road and he parks in an old abandoned gas station because it's about the only place he can get to park a truck without too much trouble. But trouble found him anyhow. Two other scumbags come along with a 45 and put 2 holes in Mr. Rivenberg for the measly $7 in his pocket.
$7.
And like I said, all scum. Yeah, and what do the scumbags that actually killed Mr. Rivenberg have to do with the scum? What do they have in common with the scumbags of Food Lion? They only cared about themselves. Trust me, I know. I've delivered to Food Lion in the past. I will never deliver to them ever again, and I have not since the day I heard Mr. Rivenberg was killed. And now to really frost this cake, here you go. Jason Rivenberg wasn't even a truck driver. Now you're going to ask, well, if he wasn't a truck driver, what in God's name was he doing all the way down in South Carolina delivering to Food Lion? Well, very simple. Glad you asked that. He was a construction worker in New York State, but since the demon rats managed to destroy the construction trade up in New York State at the time when the rest of the country was enjoying a good economy, Mr. Rivenberg had to provide for his pregnant wife, who was pregnant with his twin daughters, and a third child already on the ground. He was, like I said, he was working. His normal trade was a construction worker. He was a heavy equipment operator, and he had to haul his own. He had to haul his own construction equipment, so they gave him a CDL. And after the construction business dried up, he had to. He took a job as a truck driver, but he was planning on going back to work as a construction worker, obviously with 3 children, I'm sure. But now he has two twin daughters who will never know their father, thanks to scumbags.
7.
You going to say something, Steve?
No, it was. I recall. So sad. I mean, not even $10. Took a life for less than $10.
Yes. Oh, and these scumbags are still alive. They've been caught and tried. They got life, no parole, just like the other piece of excrement of a human being, Julio Ibarra, or whatever his name is, from Venezuela, after he raped and killed Laken Riley. But don't get started on that. We'll save that rant for another day. As you can see, the getaway man's already a little wound up. In the meantime, moving right along. Next comment I wanted to make. Oh, yeah. Lying damn whores. Okay? The whores that lied on Donald Trump and the whore that's lying about Pete Hegseth, what do they all have in common? Well, no, you notice none of them can all come up with any details as to how they were supposedly and mysteriously raped. They can't come up with any details or facts that really substantiate
just
the claim.
A very
that they all
selective memory, selective recall. All right, we got a break there.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has condemned the International Criminal Court for issuing him with an arrest warrant as anti-Semitic. The ICC has also put out warrants for former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant and Hamas commander Mohammed Deif, who's believed to be dead. ICC judges say there are grounds to believe the 3 men are criminally responsible for crimes during the Israel-Hamas conflict. Mr. Netanyahu says he's furious.
I want to thank our many friends around the world, especially those in the United States, who've condemned this outrage and who have said that this decision will have severe consequences for the ICC and those who cooperate with its decision. Israel will not recognize the validity of this decision.
An Australian teenager and a British woman are now confirmed to have died after drinking tainted alcohol in Laos. An American and 2 Danish tourists also died, according to officials, after reports several people had been sickened in Vang Vieng, a Laotian town popular with backpackers. Laura Westbrook reports.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that 19-year-old Bianca Jones had died after being evacuated from Laos for treatment in a Thai hospital. Her friend, also 19, remains hospitalised in neighbouring Thailand. This is every parent's worst fear, and a nightmare, he said. The British government also confirmed that a UK national had also died of suspected methanol poisoning in Laos. The victims are believed to have consumed drinks tainted with methanol. This is sometimes added to mixed drinks at disreputable bars as a cheaper alternative to ethanol, but it can cause severe poisoning and death. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Vladimir Putin suggested ballistic missiles could be used by Russia to strike military facilities in the UK and US. It comes after Ukraine fired British-made Storm Shadow missiles into Russian territory. Indian opposition leaders are demanding the government probe the Adani Group after the US charged billionaire Gautam Adani with orchestrating a $250 million bribery scheme. Adani is one of the world's richest men and known for his close ties with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Adani Group denies the allegations and says they're baseless. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Opposition leaders in India are questioning why Adani has not been arrested yet, despite there being proof of his corruption presented by US officials. Opposition leader Rahul Gandhi has called for a pan-India probe and is also accusing Prime Minister Modi of shielding the billionaire. Meanwhile, the White House has also weighed in on the controversy, saying the crisis will not impact bilateral ties that are, quote, built on a strong foundation. But the US indictment has had a ripple effect beyond America and India, with Kenya cancelling a proposed deal to have the Adani Group expand Nairobi's international airport.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, it's a Friday, TGIF. And hello, Mr. Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. C. Summers. Semper Fi to you. And Ferrio. Keep that truck and field, too. Well, we don't talk politics in my house because there's too many different opinions. So we're more busy, interested catching up with family members as to what's going on in their lives there. Well, I don't know, Steve. I mean, what's that guy done? I guess he should have been doing the Billy Graham thing, is you don't get in a car with a woman by yourself. You don't even get in an elevator or a room with a woman by yourself.
Right.
That way you can't. Yep. You know, old truck driver saying is keep it between the ditches and the little one in your britches. That's a good rule there.
Don't put yourself in a compromising position, in other words.
Oh, yeah. I apologize for not calling in last night because I was in a compromising position, only I was with Tennessee, right?
Okay, that's legal.
Man, some of your callers were patting themselves on the back, Steve. I thought they was going to knock themselves off the pedestal there. So, don't answer them questions there. I'll take, these are just my opinions, so therefore it makes them the right ones for me. And everybody else has got their opinions, makes them the right ones for them. This is not my truck. I can't put any political stickers on it. I can't put any religious stickers or anything else that my boss man says if he wanted a sticker on it, he'd put it on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the best way to be. Well, being Casual Friday, I mean, the best day of the week's going to be at 5 a.m. for you, right?
It's about 25 minutes from now, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It'll be the same way with me about 6 o'clock Saturday morning there when I roll back into Memphis and head on. That'll be the best day of the week for me. So, have yourself a great weekend there. Enjoy your time off. As far as Thanksgiving, I'll be celebrating that, but I ain't going to celebrate Christmas since I found out that Jesus was born in June of TBT. That just makes it not right, you know.
Well, you're going to be out there. You're going to be out there working next week, Monday, Tuesday, or you're going to be off all week?
Oh, no, I'll be out Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, but I won't be back. I'll be back in Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off for the weekend.
There you go.
Big, long weekend there off. Well, take care of yourself. Have a great day. I'm going to ease on down here to Waco, see Chip and Joanna, and hope I'm more interested in seeing Joanna than I am Chip. I already know how to build stuff.
Watch out. Watch out. You'll be in trouble with Tennessee now. All right. So, yeah, Thanksgiving week coming up here. Here's the final weekend. And models are depicting we could see some disruptions for travelers. Right now, they're saying there's 2 scenarios that could play out. You know, one of which could produce some accumulating snow across portions of the Ohio Valley in the Northeast. That scenario involves a slow-moving storm, meaning potentially longer-lasting impacts from the Tennessee and Ohio valleys through the Northeast. The second scenario sends that same storm a bit further south and then off the Carolina coast through Thanksgiving. That would be a less intense storm with rounds of rain and maybe some snow, which could spread from the Tennessee Valley eastward toward the East Coast. All right, Thanksgiving Day parades may be jeopardized, even if the cold air out of Canada is slow to advance southward as far as the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic region. Any drenching rain accompanied by blustery winds that may impact the region could still prove challenging for those Thanksgiving Day parades and those headed down the road to Grandma's house for dinner. A storm has the potential to snarl traffic for those even traveling locally across parts of the Midwest and the Northeast on Thanksgiving Day itself. Even those chasing Black Friday deals may contend with some travel challenges depending upon how the storm takes shape. Winds spanning from the Tennessee Valley to the Virginia coastline could gust upwards of 20 miles per hour later next week. The winds of that magnitude may not be grandiose on an average day, but for locations like New York City or Philadelphia that host major parades with the big balloons, anything exceeding sustained winds of 23 miles per hour or gusts of 34 results in no balloons, unsafe conditions. Meanwhile, the snow threat across the interior Northeast will remain a possibility later next week if the storm's core tracks far enough northward into that chilly air. As a dip in the jet stream, intense winds that blow at the upper levels of the atmosphere nudges southward later next week. That may prove beneficial for chilly air nudging southward across the northeast. So the possibility may still remain for some to wake up to a white Thanksgiving, or maybe see snowflakes in the area that typically do not see snow for the Thanksgiving holiday. Yeah, even locations surrounding the Great Lakes may get flakes by next weekend. As far as Black Friday and the extended holiday weekend, depending on which storm scenario plays out, the weather pattern through the rest of the extended Thanksgiving weekend could vary dramatically. A fast-tracking system would open the door for drier weather by next weekend. A slower storm could linger several days along the northeast coast and continue to produce impacts there. Of course, while many sales have already begun to kick out, those who plan on traveling to the stores for Black Friday itself, you may need to monitor the upcoming pattern and check back for the latest storm potential updates. Obviously, by the time we kick things off for the next week, Monday, Tuesday, we'll have a much better handle, and the models will be depicting, will the storm take that more northerly or the easterly, less impactful track? Senor Heatwave, good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Well, I'm up early going to work. I had a hellacious day yesterday. I don't know if there's crud going around or what, but I definitely got it yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it happened. Well, it happened on Wednesday. I just got in the shop and wasn't feeling good, and I was sitting in an office, and they kept saying, "You need to go." I said, "Yeah, I'll be going in a minute." And I finally mustered up enough strength through the 2 5-hour energy drinks I drank to get going, but I still wasn't at 100%. Then Wednesday night, about 11 o'clock, I had to text my boss saying, Thursday's a no-go. So here I am getting ready to head out the door.
Mm-hmm.
And, yep, so it's going to be a long day. I've got physical therapy on my thumb today, and I'm hoping it's the last one because Monday I have, excuse me, that's part of that Dr. Pepper and that pumpkin pie I was eating. Anyways, I got a visit with the orthopedics specialist on Monday, and I'm going to tell him, you know what, it's healed. I'll get the motion that I need while I'm out on the road, because I'm starting to starve out here because they don't pay worth a hoot in hell on workman's comp. And you know, they got a accidental death and dismemberment insurance policy. And I think that's pretty standard with all the companies that you work for. And I got to say this, in 30 years of driving, I never at once thought of anything about losing a digit. It just never happened. You know, it never even crossed my mind. It's kind of like car insurance. You need to have it. Even if you don't use it, it's nice to have in case you need it. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So there you go. So come this open whatever the hell they call that, open enrollment, I'm definitely going to be getting that. Knowing me, it'll happen just when I least expect it. So, let's see here. Well, all I can say with the situation that's going on with a couple of the men out there, and notice it's always the men that get in trouble. It's not a woman with the with this alleged sex scandals.
The accusations, right? The compromising positions.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, it takes two to tango. And at the time, she probably thought, oh, he ain't going to be amounting to nothing. And all of a sudden now, boom, oh, he's amounting to something, and I'm a Democrat. But all I can say is this: let he who is without sin cast the first stone. I mean, temptation is always there. I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying it's always there. So, anyways, and I may have or I may not have been part of that either. So, yeah, I tell you, it's something else. So, y'all got the big game at the Horseshoe this weekend, and I know our New Mexico Lobos, they've beat some teams they should beat, and they've lost to teams they should have beaten. So we're pretty excited with them being 5-6, because that means here in another 8 days, because they got this weekend off, they go to Hawaii, and they play the former Rainbow Warriors, which is just now Warriors because Rainbow has such a bad connotation.
Yeah.
So now they get to go over there, and I mean, even if they fail to win, they at least had a very nice trip to the Hawaiian Islands. But we're excited, and we're kind of hoping they finish up 6-6, which would be the best record they've had in quite some time. And more than likely, if they do finish 6-6, the bowl game that they would be going to would be the New Mexico Bowl, which is played here in Albuquerque. So, Bronco Mendenhall is one hell of a coach to get these guys to be from the Chicago Cubs of the baseball game, at the time when Chicago was just, lackluster, to, being a great team that eventually won a championship. We're kind of hoping that happens over here within the term that the Broncos going to be here. Now, granted, they're not going to win a national championship, but to see a team that has, 2 losses in the future, I mean, that is beyond our wildest expectations. So we're pretty happy about that. So weather-wise out here, we've been dry, we've been cool, but we've been clear.
So
and I don't think we are supposed to have anything.
So both of those big blockbuster storms out west, everything stayed north of you, I guess?
So far, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the only storm that hit us, I guess, was the one that hit the Sierra Madres and then come down towards us, because it seems like once it hit the Rocky Mountain regions, it just stopped and dumped. And, yeah, we are part of the Rocky Mountain Range, but good night. I mean, that's the kind of snowfall I like to see on a regular basis during these times when it's really dry, because that was a very wet snow. No amount of wind was going to blow that snow around. And in the areas where we have shadows constantly all day, especially around the house, we've still got some snow out there. So it's a good reminder of what winters used to be like and what it can be in the future. Now, with the drivers out here, that's another story. Folks, most places can't drive when it's dry, much less when it's, much more when it's wet or icy. And as y'all seen with the pictures that I've posted on your page and whatnot, it just takes a couple of jerks to make one big mess, So, hey, you had somebody asking on your page, I think it was your page, or it might have been Midnight to 5 group, whether or not you had terrestrial stations up and running for broadcasting your show for the 5 hours. And I didn't know anything except for maybe a few, that you had that played maybe an hour or two as filler. But have you gotten any official word of terrestrial stations out there?
We are on some. I don't have a list, honestly. We're back with Salem Radio. That just a few weeks ago, back with Salem, which feeds network affiliates. But I don't have a list of who's on. I mean, at one point we were on the Talk of Delmarva there on the East Coast. They were carrying all 5 hours. And there were a handful of stations, some of them in the Central Time Zone that would carry from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern Time. So I don't really know, to be honest with you, what we have on the list right now.
Well, are you also, I don't know, for some reason I'm thinking that you're on the iHeart app. Is that true, or was that just a fallacy of my imagination?
The podcast, as far as the live show, no. But once the show ends and we download all the podcast locations, iHeart, Spotify, you name it. They all have the podcasts.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? It's been 4 years and 1 week since Trump lost and your ultimate demise from 700.
Yes.
I wonder if they're now regretting their decision.
I hope so.
Well,
Hey.
if they were to ever call you back and say, we made a big mistake, would you say, I'll think about it? Or outright no?
No.
All right, Senor,
Hey,
I will let you go. You have yourselves a good night. And everyone, remember, the rubber side stays down.
And I had
We'll see y'all
a quick message for you from 5-7. 5-7 said, thumbs up, Heatwave.
I'll have to call him up and tell him what I think about that. It's 1 2/3. There you go.
All right, thank you very much.
A thunder and a storm reigned over the Region 3 and 4 light pros. Bannion's Forgiven wouldn't let up in Region 2 East, and in the West, never enough was plenty. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We already have big news about next year's Grand National schedule for those making travel plans to 2 major upper Midwestern events. The Power Pool Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota, and the Farley Nationals in Farley, Iowa have swapped weekends. Starting in 2025, the GN event in Hutchinson will be on the first full weekend in June, which next year is Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. The Farley Nationals will run Thursday through Saturday, June 12th through the 14th. You'll find the entire NTPA national schedule come January at ntpapull.com. Now let's recognize another quartet of regional national champions. Kevin Bannion, Urbana, Ohio. Forgiven, 2024 NTPA Region 2 East Light Pro Stock Champion. The critical stretch proved to be early August for this front-loaded subregion, which launched in early June and had a half dozen hooks in the books by the middle of July. Bannion battled Colton Zundle's Steel City Smoker to a draw to that point, with each having won once near the other's home turf, Bannion in Waynesburg, Zundle in Marion. But when the calendar flipped, so did the script, as Forgiven forged 3 straight victories on familiar tracks in hometown Urbana, Sandusky, and Zanesville to clear the smoker by double digits. Jordan Stroud, Midland, Ohio. Never enough. 2024 NTPA Region 2 West Light Pro Stock Champion. Stroud could not get enough of light pro pulling in 2024 as he never missed a hook in Region 2. That's all 11 in the East to reach and hang on to third from Mechanicstown forward with a win in Marysville, and all 9 in the West to earn his first championship. There he sat third in the standings and trailed Justin Jeffries 1066 by 3 until he matched his second place in Paulding with another in Arcola to catapult into a lead he would not surrender. Across 20 points hooks, Never Enough had plenty to offer with 16 top 5 finishes. Alan Cook, Wilton, Wisconsin. Black Thunder, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 Light Pro Stock Champion. The region was under a severe weather warning for its first month, as Thunder fell 4 feet shy of perfection, a second in Toma to Jeremy Plutz's big one, across the season's first 5 appearances. To those wins in Toma, Lancaster, Decorah, and River Falls, Cook added only 1 the rest of the way in Houston, but the storm's damage was done. Black Thunder's margin over defending champ Kurt Ofdahl's weekend mistress had reached 11 points. Mistress drew some attention with late wins in Norwalk and Wyoega to trim the advantage to 4. Perry Walters, Lexington, North Carolina. Smoking up a storm. 2024 NTPA Pro Polar Tires Region 4 Light Pro Stock Champion. In his interview, Walters remarked that it was his first victory at the state fair in 45 years of pulling. It came at the right time. Nodded with Kendall Beasley's formidable high-gear harvester at 86 points after his win and third at Lumberton and another third by daughter Lauren Davis, Smokin' couldn't take a break. Having drawn the Raleigh Saturday night test hook, Perry poured it on, storming all the way out to 339 feet, 25 feet beyond what Beasley was later able to muster, and 30 feet past the balance of the field. It resulted in the Walters' second regional title. The last came in 2022. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, as I mentioned at the onset of the program here this Friday morning, I had a whole lot to, we didn't even get a chance to get to this 5-hour program. Some of this we can save up for our Thanksgiving week, as we will be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday mornings. There was also part of the discussions there at the FreightWaves Future of Freight Festival. We've had a lot of discussion in the industry as of late about nuclear verdicts in the trucking industry. They had an in-depth discussion with oral arguments in the appeal of the landmark Werner Enterprises nuclear verdict case. He is set to be heard by the Texas Supreme Court on December 3rd. Trucking-focused attorney Matthew Leffler was speaking at the symposium, and he said, this is the most important case facing the trucking industry right now. It was kind of a fireside chat from the main stage at the Chattanooga event. He kind of recapped what happened in that 2014 crash that left one dead and another paralyzed. The facts are not in dispute, although relatively few hands went up when the audience was asked who was familiar with the case. Well, I could cite the case pretty much in depth, in detail, from memory, but yeah, that was just one of several cases discussed. And again, we'll save that for some of our trucking discussions and so much more next week. Meanwhile, have yourself a wonderful weekend. Safe travels out there for those playing in their first wintry precipitation, especially in the Northeast. And hopefully you'll join us back here Sunday night, Monday morning for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I